So it's interesting coming back to these summaries each time, right? Because I feel like the summary has changed subtly, but not drastically from the last time we read it. Like, the first two are still mostly the same, except not completely. Because now it's explicitly calling out that Mayari sent Renba to uncover the cause of the fall of Iox, which she believes is soon to return, and I don't think that was there last time we read this. And I am 100% positive that the last time we read this, it did not refer to the Heaven's Vault as an ancient ship. In fact, I think that's the first time I've seen the Heaven's Vault explicitly referred to as a ship. Like, it was talking about, in vague terms, something that Renba believed could save the Nebula from darkness. And it was talking about Heaven's Vault as, like, an observatory or something? But now it's actually calling it a ship, which I think is really interesting. And then, of course, the last two are different each time. Using a similar device to one the roboticist uncovered, Six has triangulated a possible location for the vault, but it lies impossibly far beyond the borders of the nebula. Renba's search began with a telescope-like device recovered from a buried ship. Aaliyah has found something similar at an old recording station. How's it going, Cryptomancer? So I guess let's get started. Let's see what we can accomplish. I think the plan right now is to head towards the Withering Palace. I think that's the plan. Because we wanted to make sure that we went to the Withering Palace before we went to the graveyard this time, just in case that led to some kind of interesting discovery with the recording that we spoke to at the graveyard. Leftover chicken curry over spaghetti. That sounds delightful. That sounds delicious. And of course, Paddles is still here. Paddles is still here. Still living in their best life. Still keeping us company out here on the boat, which is great. I think if all we had for company was Six, we would go slowly insane. Paddles is doing good work. So let's head towards the Withering Palace, if we are not already near the Withering Palace. I don't even know where we are. Wonder what mysterious thing Paddles unlocks. Sanity. Paddles unlocks sanity. I guess we could conceivably head back to Iox and Elbereth and do the language dance, go back and forth and speak to people and drop off artifacts and stuff. I guess I'm not opposed to doing that before heading to the Withering Palace. Yeah, let's just do some language dancing before, I love that line. I love that line. Mayari makes me feel like a dirt-stained 12-year-old. Alright, but no, let's go discover some, see if we can uncover some more translations. More words before another expedition? I agree. Alright, so coming up from here... Alright, so we left the Serpent's Eye crater, and it spawns us here. Now we're heading out this way. And there's also this area over here that I'm aware that there are rivers there, but I've never been on them. Maybe we try going on those rivers. So, out here, I want to take a right, and then a right, and then a right, to just try and go over rivers I haven't been on before. It doesn't seem like the worst idea. And then there's these areas out here that's they go to some place, don't they? There's places where the rivers go that I haven't been. And that is intriguing to me. That is intriguing to me. Alright, back on a real river again. Why did that not go up? I'll reset that. I don't know why that didn't go up. Alright, we want to go up here. Yes, thank you. Good, we did it. Alright, so I kind of feel like we're not going to get a lot of good information out of 6 on the way back. But I don't want to pass control because I want to, like, hit some random rivers and see where they take me. But I guess we can still say some things. The ship near Elbereth must have been carrying crystals from the crater site. Okay, yeah. Which proves it was some kind of dock. Is that what that proves? This is not yet the turn I want to make, the next turn. But why build such a large dock for such a small mine? Oh, that's a real interesting question. This is the turn I want to make. One big ship could have cleared it out. We can infer they were distributing... Can we? We can infer. They were distributing crystals to multiple ships. Yeah, that seems likely. And then another right turn here, right? Because that's the other... This way. Can take this route to Iox, sure. I feel like we can infer is grammatically similar to evidently. And I kind of... Sure, we haven't been left. Let's go left. I like it. So where we headed now, we're going back to Iox and eventually Elbereth in order to do some casual back and forth and get more phrases, get more inscriptions before we head over to the Withering Palace. We are going to put plot on the back burner for a second and fill out my notebook some more. Take the next left? Yes, this is where we actually take the next left. Wait. Uh-oh, this should be good. Did ships carry crystals to affect their local gravity? 6, did they use them to sail? I thought that was the whole point. I thought that was obvious. Once again with the evidently. It implies there's factual basis where the other is just synonymous with obviously. I feel like they both refer to information in the same way. Which is, you should have known this, you idiot. So that's the sense in which I feel like they are basically used the same way by 6. I don't think they actually take into account information differently. I think 6 uses them the same way. Alright, let's go talk to Huang. Where is our good buddy, the Inscription Hoarder? Which, to be fair, same. So I'm using that as a term of endearment. Not in any way as an epithet or pejorative. Alright, let's show you an artifact. I made some nice discoveries out there. What am I showing him? What do I want to give up? Can I afford to give up the telescope? I think I can't afford to give up the telescope, but maybe I want to show it to him anyway. What do you make of this telescope device? Can I? What's left of the inscription reads, "Watch the distant stars." Beautiful. Interesting. Not sure we have anything quite like that one. Do you want me to archive the telescope device? I am very not finished with it yet. Oh. Well, of course. I feel like, for whatever reason, I despise this place. Thanks, Aaliyah. Huang kind of looks like a little bit depressed whenever you talk to him. We'll look at the unsolved inscriptions. Scrumpled Nebula map. Sure. Let's show him the Scrumpled Nebula map. This is Oh, this is carved. No. Found a telescope carved with a masked motif. From the Serpent's Eye crater, I guess. Scrumptious. Alright, you got me, Cryptomancer. That was good. That was real good. Heavily scratched silver gong. Can I show you the gong? Can I show you the gong? That gave me actual 0 benefit. So let's see if I can find a gong to show you. There's the gong. I found this heavily scratched gong. As a fragment of an inscription, I read it as, "Close your eyes and listen." Cool. We have confirmed a word. The word is close. I probably didn't already write this down, but let's just double check. Cool. I have to be so careful drawing that squiggle. Like, I constantly screw that up. It's either too pointy or backwards or something. Close. Cool. Wow. Yeah? Alright. Alright, I'll take that, Cryptomancer. If we figure out, this is so loose, the, like, direct character-to-character transliteration for typing ancient in chat, like, that's really something. Oh my god. I'm glad you agree. Interesting. I've seen something else like that, if I remember right, and it also had some script. Now, where is it? Do you have another gong? Found on a golden flute in a Renaki temple. Oh my. This one's a phrase. Run together. This is... Is this a word on its own? This is probably not a word on its own. So this is probably a word altogether. We... Place dot... Stars? Go... Is this pilgrimage? Like, it can't just be sky, right? Like, this has to be a word entirely together. On for of high, okay. And then of animal high? On birds? Animal high is birds? We... And, like, this can't be we go sky, right? So this maybe is going in the sky is fly? We fly on birds. Is this wings? Noun of bird dot... Maybe eagle? Okay, maybe eagle. I was thinking, like, generic bird, but could be eagle. Dot... Bird dot noun have... Like, have person? I mean, just from context, I want to say... It's the ancient for jerkbird. Absolutely. I mean, I want to say wings, but, like, wings from context, but based on the way that the characters go together, it's like, if I assume that this is bird dot thing person? Is this hand? Is thing person hand? If that's hand, then this is wing, right? Bird hand would be wing. Do I have that word? I feel like we did see something that I translated as hand before, but I don't know if we ever confirmed it. Oh, it's not a thing, it's a hold. It's a hold. Noun of hold person is hand. Yeah, that makes hand. Okay, so wing probably does make sense there. Cool. All right. So, we fly on... Oh, but I can't put it together because these are... This is one word. Man. All right, but we fly on birds' wings is pretty cool here. No idea. Do you have any more like that? Let me see. No, nothing comes to mind. Okay. Yeah, you can take the heavily scratched gong to the archives. That's fine. Take it. Good faith to you. Alright, and then I'm not sure if he's going to be willing to look at something else when he gets back, because we got no value out of showing him the telescope. So I'm going to wait this time instead of just immediately leaving. Because I want to see if he's still willing to give me new things. Yeah, I keep getting confused between hold and thing, because thing is the same as noun. But hold is like the of thing is its own character, basically. Like a character of thing is to hold. Which is like, I like breaking it down in that way, but it's definitely its own character with its own meanings, despite the pieces that it's constructed of. It's a ligature. Yeah. I mean, a lot of the characters are ligatures. Right? Like, life is fire, water. Well, half of fire and half of water, which is really interesting. If you never leave anything to the archives, someone comes and berates you. Yeah, Huang. Huang has already given me crap for it. Like, the first couple of times I was like, no, I'm not done with it. I'm not done with it. I'm not done with it. And then I think after like the fourth or fifth time, he's like, he tried to guilt me about it. He's like, you know, I don't even remember what he said, but it was something along those lines. You saw an archivist. Oh, that's cool. I never actually saw somebody separate. Got a few things for the curators. Cool, we can keep going. Oh, but I needed to figure out what I was going to show him. Man, I don't know what I'm going to show him. I have no idea which of these things are things that I want to show him. The model shard from the Steel Empire mine, sure. Have you seen anything like this model shard? I've seen something a bit like that, I think, only inscribed. Let me see now. Yes, this is it. It's got an inscription! This is what I like to see. I needed to go back and look at stuff that are still unsolved. Hello? You're taking your sweet time? Okay, cool. A shattered statuette of the climbing god. When you say the climbing god, what does that look like? So we have temples. Temples will verb light move. We've run into this construct before, but I don't remember exactly what it is. Open? Sure. So open is now confirmed along with close. Of course you've seen that construct before. We just saw it. It's the opposite of close. The temples will open again. temples will open again. By the stars. That was a long one, was it? Do you have any more like that? Let me see. How about this? Oh, excellent. It's a sketch of a shattered devotional icon of the stretching god. How many different gods are there? How are you referring to these gods? Which gods are you referring to here? The stretching god? The climbing god? I mean, we know the reaching god is sky god, right? What are the other gods? Circle! Circle, apparently. Circle of gods? Circle of gods? Sure. Circle of gods will, verb place dot life you defend place dot life. Apparently we have this already. The scratching god, yes, absolutely. Have I written down defend? That seems like a word that I should have written down at some point, but I don't know if I have. I think this is something that we had from the previous cycle, which means I may not have written it down because I didn't know I had it. Cool. Circle. Circle of gods will defend you. Is the name of the god merely the ancient phonetics of the word? Oh, that's a really good question. The circle of the gods will defend you. I don't know that we really have names for any of the gods other than... Like, we've seen some names, right? Like, in the Withered Palace, there's names inscribed on the gods. And then we also have, like, actions associated with the gods. Like, there's the reaching god. Maybe the reaching god is the climbing god or the stretching god or whatever. The circle of the gods will defend you. I've got a good feeling about that. Maybe stretching and reaching god are the same thing? Do you have any more like that? Probably not. Yeah, I didn't think so. The curators will be most interested in the model shard. Absolutely take it. Heck am I going to do with it? Good faith to you. I'll be back shortly. But I won't be here! We definitely don't have any verbalized names of gods, right? Like, I don't think we've seen anything that's like, oh, this god's... Other than Kibenya, which we still don't know exactly what that gets put together as. Do we know what that gets put together as? How much information do I have about Kibenya? We know that Ya is life. So if I see the name of that god, I might be able to put together the other pieces of it. Like in the Withering Palace, for example, where there's a bunch of statues with names of gods. Is really action to an artifact relative to its use in the plot? Oh, I don't know. That's a really good question. What use is the model shard? I don't even remember where I found the model shard. Where's Paddles? So Paddles is not on the rope. Not on the wall over here. Not hanging out over here. Ah! On the books. Fantastic. Did you know Paddles is a reader? Paddles is quite well versed. Alright, so now to Elbereth. Because that's always fun. Renaki is the market moon where I left Yazi and Sia, and then met Amadu, the dealer in servos. Alright, Elbereth ahoy. You're here for the paddles content? Excellent, excellent. I am thrilled to bring you the content that you require. Because I am also here for the paddles content. Alright, do we have more words to say about what we've discovered at the Serpent's Eye? Perhaps there was a telescope device in the stand on the roof of the ruin near Massey. The Hermitage, as we are calling it. Perhaps Janiqui took it. That might imply our telescope contains extractable data. Ooh. I'm here for extractable data. Let's extract some data. We have anything else to say? Man, the nebula's really pretty. Well, some parts of the nebula are really pretty. I guess we're out of things to say about Janiqui and the sails and the telescopes and stuff. Too bad. So many, like, random turnings that I could take, and they all lead me to the same place. The rivers flow, they divide and rejoin. Alright, Elbereth, here we go. So I'm still kind of on this this particular kick. I think it's really interesting that the current population of Elbereth could be descended from the miners that were trapped on the mining moon. I think that's fascinating. Alright, up we go. Set Boyauki Rifar. The interesting thing about Buyaki is it has the key in it, which we may be able to, like, if we assume that each spoken syllable is unique, in whatever way the spoken syllables combine, then we might yet be able to determine the actual meaning of what the gate is saying. Alright, let's go to Toppies. Alright, so we're gonna go to Toppies, and then we're gonna go to talk to Timor. And then, do we go back to Iox? We might go back to Iox. We might just, go through this the once, and then head towards the Withering Palace. Aaliyah, I don't know when I've seen you so often. My dear, you're always welcome, of course. You comfortable here? It talks a bit more than I'd like, if that's what you mean. I found a site that's too far from the rivers to reach. Further than anywhere I've been. Off the rivers. No rivers go anywhere near it. But without the rivers, there's nowhere to breathe, and the Nightingale can only hold so much. Sounds like you need a river then. I'm sure people traveled there in the past. Found things made there that made it into the nebula. Well, maybe they had really big ships. Big enough to grow plants on, I don't know. So how do I get there then? Deliberately avoiding make a river. I don't see how you can. Rivers don't come and go because you ask them to. Oh, so she actually, like, railroads you into, maybe I can make a river. So you can't think of anything. What even is a river? You've sailed more than me. Where do they come from? Where do they start? Where do they come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Do you know? I have no idea. The water on Iox comes in from Elbereth. It washes back out into space. There's no wellspring there at all then. But if there was a wellspring, maybe it would flow off Moon as a river. Well then, you just need to make a wellspring. Maybe the water goddess will help you out. Do you think I could do that? No, El, no. By the rivers and dirt, what's wrong with you? You can't make a river any more than you can flip Elbereth onto its back. Even if you could, you couldn't tell it which way to flow. Oh, so we're already, like, the conversation is just going in the path of, like, here's what's actually happened, and we're treating it as speculation. That's hilarious. But, well, if there was a river before, I love that you flip Elbereth on its back line. I haven't heard that one before. A new river might follow the same course. It might, if it starts from the same place. But rivers don't just vanish, and they don't just appear. I'm sorry about your distant star, El. But maybe, just maybe, you're stuck down here with the rest of us for once. I'm glad you're well. You talk like I'm a stranger to you. We've heard set in a couple of different places. Yep. Almost assuredly, we can map that to something. You lost track of time again? That's okay. We haven't done any plot yet. We've just been chatting to people. Leah loves her robots, don't you, Aaliyah? I could probably adjust it a bit. Can you change the primary user? These things run off their cores. But I'm told you can swap them out fairly easily. Who told you that? I did. Oh. Anyway, bear it in mind, Aaliyah. Oh, if I just stay here, are you guys going to talk about more things? That's delightful. It's interesting that you translate Slisette as to button up. That was Timur's mention of it, right? Timur said is like, you might say it to someone as like, not, in the context it sounded like he was using it to shut up, but the way that he phrased it sounded like he was using it to mean like, get yourself in order, rather than be quiet. And maybe that was just like my interpretation of it, rather than a correct interpretation of it. But that's the subtext I got out of it based on the words that he used. I guess button up does have that, does like have the colloquial meaning of like shut up, right? It also shuts up. It does. You're not wrong. Yeah, maybe Slisette just means be quiet. But we also don't have like a translation for be quiet either. Do we have a translation for quiet? Is quiet a word that we know? We know music. So maybe we have some sort of sub-piece of that we can pull for sound. Do we know music? We've seen something that we have translated as music, but it hasn't been confirmed, so I haven't written it down. Well, speech is a core word, Cryptomancer. So, like, speech, not speech. Like, not speech could be silence, but usage at the gate implies locking. Oh, like lock in your destination? Maybe. I think next time I come in here, I want to bring a weapon with me again, so it doesn't let me in. Because the last time I did that, Six had some cool observations regarding the things that the gate was saying. And we also got that error message from the gate, which I don't have the individual words written down from. So that's a thing that I should probably look into on our next loop. Because at this point I am fairly committed to having a next loop. I'm not seeing the thing that I'm looking for. Alright. So are you staying on Elbereth long? I'm guessing not. That's correct. Unfortunately. I've uncovered a few items you might be interested in. Oh, yes? Oh, yes. The scrap of paper made on the site from the mural. Sure, have a scrap of paper. Enter your destination, maybe. Nothing wonderful about that. And in better condition, too. Alia, I prefer jewelry and engineered devices, and gold and unusual things. Not junk. Oh. Should we show him the hip flask? Set Siang. Oh, yeah. Okay. So Set could conceivably be... Speak. A lightweight hexagonal stemmed key. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Set could be Speak. Siang, I have no idea. I just completely missed whatever the hell she said. She said something and I completely missed it. You like this game? I like this game too. I've been having a good time here. So, this is cute, right? Metal. With connections. Links. Metal.links. Chain. This is chain. Keep me on... Probably a chain. I don't know what this is. Around? Of circle? Circled, maybe? Noun of knowledge person plant? That's a lot of individual pieces. I don't feel like any of this combines in a way that we've seen before, right? Like, person plant doesn't necessarily mean something that I know of. So if this is just one piece, rather than all the pieces connecting to each other, from context, I would guess it's a body part. From context, I would guess it's your neck. But, like, maybe plant implies core, like something seated within you. So maybe heart. I don't know. We'll see what it gives me. But this is obviously chain. That's around. Yep. They really want me to put in eagles almost everywhere. Chain around your shoulder? Soul? I mean, neck is how I'm translating this. Oh, I guess if we're treating this as law, like person knowledge, rather than individual bits. So of the noun of law plant. I think circle just means circle, which is really weird. We don't have anything that seems like a direct translation for circle, except we know that the noun of circle is circle. So that's what we're working off of. And it also shows up in every, I think. Like, many circle is every, but that doesn't tell us much. It seems to be a fundamental, but it also seems to, like, be kind of loose in terms of direct translations. It feels like law is related here, right? So if it's treating this as as this, right? This construct, so of law plant, as opposed to of knowledge person plant. I don't think we have a word for head. Maybe the noun for of law is head? Oh, if like, the noun for of knowledge person could be head? Or maybe, like, noun person dot of law could be head? In which case, the place the head is planted could be a neck? That's a little loose. But that's something to consider. And I think we have all of the rest of these words. I think I have high already written down. High is pretty generic. Man, I really got to reorganize this so I can actually find the things that I've written down. Chain is really interesting. Build, I think I have down already. Yep. Makes, build. Circle I have down. And law I have down. That's a relatively recent one that we picked up. Alright, well. Keep me on chain around your neck. This comes from the same side as the hip flask and the spherical device I found here before, I think. Presumably people regularly visited both these two places. This should make the Age of Sail site easier to find. The key for my iron hip flask? Do you know what it opens? It is a key, after all. No idea. Something, somewhere, presumably. Yeah. If you're gonna give me a key, I will absolutely take it. How many more keys do you have around? I'll be sorry to sell this one when the time comes. What you give me will keep me in business for a week. Anything else, let me consider another time, my fine lady. Wonder how many more keys I can get from Tabi. I wonder if it's consistent. Like, trading in the hip flask will always get you a key. Assuming that you get it. I've been doing some work for Tabi here, fixing things up. She does marvelous work. I'll bet she does. That is a thing we already know to be true. Alright, well, I don't know that we're going to get much more out of this. But you guys are wonderful. Thanks for being wonderful. See you later, Tabi. And you, Arroy. Keep yourself safe. I need you in my life. See you around, Aaliyah. Alright, let's go visit Timur. And see if Timur has more gifts for me. Should we leave now, mistress? Not just yet. Timur just, like, having random artifacts to gift me every time I walk in is, a fantastic surprise. If the Iolite aboard Renba's buried ship was quarried in the Iolite moon Renba found, there must have been quarry in there long before we thought. That's an interesting thought. How does that adjust our timeline, then? Let's pay Timur a visit. You want an ending where you can marry him? I mean, it keeps coming up, and I keep being like, I'm not marrying you, Timur. It's like every third dialogue, I'm not marrying you, Timur, is an option. It's very funny how often that comes up. In a dwelling like this. No. I grew up in an orphanage in the Catkiss. Up there. This is where I came to escape. He's cute, you get free drinks. Yeah, hard to argue. Aaliyah! And of course the place is always empty. How do you stay in business, buddy? How's Elbereth? Oh, presumably all of his, extra-legal activities. The same. Tearing itself apart. Still quiet. It'll have to do. Here. Thanks, Timur. I have something for you. It's some kind of an ornamental sword. Looks like something from the Holy Empire. Smuggling. Yep. No inscriptions. Too bad. Most likely, this comes from the same source as the pen and the sheet of paper. Uh-huh. People back then must have often traveled to both these two locations. So make it easier to locate. Again? Thanks, Timur. And good faith to you, Aaliyah. Now, drink up. Well, I guess, if I have to. Timur just watched me. You want another raku? No, please. Another time. Well, I wonder what Timur's getting out of this, other than the delight of my company. Like, is he that in love with me that the gifts and the drinks are worth it just to have me show up every once in a while? Like, that feels a bit exploitative. But I guess if he's getting what he wants, I'm okay with it. Well, it's been nice, Timur. Some other time. Don't be a stranger. Come on, Six. We do indeed have a new artifact to trace. Are you ready to go? Do it. The new artifact does not have an inscription, so we can take it to Huang, and he'll give me one with an inscription instead. Let's go back to Iox real quick. I need to be taking notes on the things that I find, so I know which ones I want to turn into Huang, and which ones I want to trade up at Timur's, and which ones I just want to keep. Man, so many things I need to be taking notes on. It's like every time I go through a loop, there's another thing that I realize that I should actually be keeping track of. It feels a lot like there was a game that my roommate created that was basically Clue, except without the board and with more information to discover and different ways of discovering this information. And it was like every time I played this game, I found another thing that I wanted to be able to keep track of. Every single time it was like, oh, actually, the sheet on which I am writing things down needs to have another column for this piece of information. And it was like consistent, like 5 games through, I was like, oh yeah, actually I should have been keeping track of this the whole time. And this kind of feels like the same way. Every single loop, there's like another thing that's like, oh yeah, I should be keeping track of this. It's pretty ridiculous. Sleuth? Is that the name of a game? I have not played that game. I believe the name that my roommate chose for the game he created was Scandal. Since it was based around, discovering scandals in a royal court. But I suspect, from the way that you're saying it, that Sleuth is something similar. Alright, back to Iox, to hand in the sword to Hwang, and also maybe hand in something else, depending on the things that we have access to. And then to the Withering Palace, I think. There's a game like that called Sleuth. Okay. Willing to believe it. I think I usually go up here, so let's go down. Wow, every path leads to Iox, huh? Eventually. Every path eventually leads to Iox. Can I actually navigate to this? I can't go back to the dig site, can I? No. There's a game like that called Sleuth. Okay, yeah. That's fully believable. It sounds like the kind of niche that people would want to fill. On account of a lot of people have good memories playing Clue, but Clue is not a good game. Like, there are a bunch of aspects to that game that are just not good game design. Pretty much anything involving the board on Clue feels like it's not good game design. Ignore the next branch. Alright, I'm on it. But then again, I prefer my games with less variance. And rolling dice to see how far you move tends to increase variance. Surprise, surprise. Ah, there's the music. Waiting for that to kick in. What else do we want to show to Hwang? I should also go through my inscriptions and see what's unsolved. And if they're tied to an artifact that I could show to Hwang so he could solve them for me. I like that Hwang is good at recognizing words, even if he doesn't know what any of the words mean. That's very convenient. Toppy said that he could swap out the core of the robot. We have a foil on hand that in theory is someone else's personality. Could we just swap that out from within 6? And have a robot with like that child emperor who didn't want to be recorded? I think we're going back to Elbereth after this. Aaliyah! Hello, buddy. I made some nice discoveries out there. Alright, the sword found on Elbereth. Yup, that is indeed the thing I want to show you. Have you seen anything like this sword? Only this one had some script on it. Yes, that's the reason I'm giving you this sword. Wasn't the dialogue option you chose about altering the primary user, i.e. Yes, that was the dialogue option I chose. But it quickly came back to the robots just do everything off their cores, but you can just swap their cores. A cruel-looking dagger. Oh. This is the end of a longer line of text. On your... Noun place dot noun path. Oh, no, this is one big word, isn't it? On your journey? I mean... Can add my translation for on. Okay. We've got on. Huh. Apparently, we have kneel, so this must be knees. That's so weird. I guess noun of moving person is legs? So noun of move circle is probably like pivot? So the place of pivoting of legs is knees? Wow, wow, what a construct. Sure. Yeah, that could be knees, as you say. And we have confirmed of dot high is on. What's the word for ankle? I bet there is a word for... So I bet it's like... I bet there's a word for foot. And so the ankle would be the foot-leg connector. In fact, if I had to guess, the word for foot is like the noun of low leg or something. So it would be like noun of low leg dot join dot noun of leg. On your knees. That'll do for now. Do you have any more like that? Let me see. How about this? This is the inscription found on a silver sword. It was found in an Elberethian market. Oh, this is a long one. Making it a 22-syllable word. Oh boy, okay. What are we doing here? Oh, no. This is all one word. We know this. It's got nice in it and a bunch of other stuff. We translated it as grateful, right? Or... I don't think I have it written down. But yeah, it's super long. Super long and messy. Alright, so we have... this thing. Grateful. Yep. Be grateful you... do not... the noun of fire distant is sword. Right? We have sword down here somewhere, I think. It's the metal dot verb of fire distant. So verb of fire distant must be strike. Be grateful you do not or fight or attack or something. This is your, of you, so your fruit which stings eye when poked. Be grateful you do not, let's assume, fight your noun. Oh. So maybe strike or slice or something? Or cut? Given that metal cutter is a sword? Because this is neck again, right? Yeah. Oh, I, not you. Be grateful I. Yep, sure. I can add my translation for throat to my dictionary now. Throat and or neck. Noun of knowledge, person, plant. Neck. Throat. And here we go. Cut. Sever. Sure. Sever. Yes. Yes. Okay. Do I have to write any of these down? Do we have leave? I do have leave already. Okay, good. Be grateful I do not cut your throat. Interesting. Not distant, but separate. Yes. Separate or separate, also. Yeah, you can take it. I don't need the sword. Alright, let's take a look at inscriptions. Because we might have solvable inscriptions. We don't. Okay. But I should figure out which unsolved inscriptions I have that he can help me with. Let's go oldest to newest. Oh my god, there's so many. The sextant? I could show him the sextant. That was an option. From Renba's dig site. Hey, Rocky, how's it going? Yeah, let's show him the sextant so he can actually start helping me with the stuff that I know I need help with. But we're keeping the sextant, though. He can't have it. I need it. Probably. I'm not sure that I need it. But I'm gonna say I need it. Because a sextant seems useful. You can watch him walk away through the window. Huang, come back! I need words! I need words, buddy. Come back and give me more words. I have things to show you. Not to give you, but to show you. Man, we have found so much crap out there. So much completely useless garbage. Apparently all of it belongs in a museum. The curators will be most interested in this shard of pottery. Probably. To be honest, the curators are probably interested in anything older than like 30 years. Because culture hasn't existed that long. Wait a minute. I'm going to look at the timeline. How long has culture existed? Now. Where is now? The modern age. The modern age has existed for like 175 years. Oh, okay. So anything pre, like, the founding of the university is probably interesting. That means that anything that comes from the Holy Empire is, like, actually, like, 500 years old. And I have found... Many of the things I have found have been that old, so I guess that's fair. They're fanatical lupists who hate archaeology from what we've seen thus far. Yeah, it's real interesting. I mean, it's... If you're talking about fanatical lupists, right? They can also look at the things of old as things yet to come, right? Because loop. So from that perspective, maybe they're more interested than they would be otherwise. We haven't even talked to Huang. Did you ever hear of the Withering Palace? We haven't talked to Huang in a while. Mostly we just show him stuff. Most likely an Empire period site, so not too old. The Withering Palace? Let me think. Yes, I think the annals mention it briefly. Let's see. And the lonely and the lost were pilgrims to the palace beyond the garden, where the best remained as mirrors of wise thoughts. Recordings? Mirrors of wise thoughts? Recordings? Thank you, Huang. And how come you knew where to look that up? I study the annals a lot, Aaliyah. I can't believe you haven't read it, given your work. It's not all loop theology. Read anything good recently? I've been reading up on plant species without much of a break. So no, is what I am hearing. Read a few finds recently. Alright. None of those. None of those. Something else. None of those. None of those. Something else. Something else. The sextant. Take a look at this sextant. As an inscription, I read it as stars fill sailcloths. Oh. That's not the sextant I thought I was giving you. But I guess that's still useful. He is such a historian. I love that you can identify that trait. That's great. Alright, so we figured out Phil, which, depending on how old that is, that might be a word that I wrote down, even though I didn't have the actual translation of it. Apparently not. Great. Verb of. Place dot. Of thing. Many. Fill. You have had basically that same conversation with historians about text before. Awesome. Thanks, Huang. Interesting. I've seen something else like that, I think, that was also inscribed. Now, where's that volume? Man, my accent for Huang is all over the board. I feel like it changes every time I talk with him. I'm finding it hard to be consistent with some of these characters, and I'm not sure why. This was written on a silver sextant. It was found drifting in the rivers near Mercy 3 months ago. Wow, that's relatively recent. We'll need to separate these. We sure will. So this of all, place of life have, or noun of verb of life have. I feel like this piece I've seen before also. Once again, I am lamenting the fact that I cannot look up information easily in the way that I have my things currently sorted. I'm just going to have to rewrite this and resort it. I just 100% have to rewrite this. It would be awesome to digitize this process, but It also feels like at this point I have seen all of the glyphs. Like, I think it's been a long time since I have seen a glyph I didn't recognize. Ah, it's heart. We can see it right here. It's showing me. Heart. Do I know heart? Since the English is easier to look up than the ancient? Because scanning the English is easier than scanning the ancient? Looks like I haven't written that one down. That's cool. Have I found all the number glyphs? No, I haven't found any number glyphs. Other than the ones that are in the icons for the achievements. I have looked at those. But yes, I haven't seen anything explicitly referred to as a number glyph. Although there was a situation where we translated the circle, the half circle of... I don't remember if it was me or you, but one of those half circles translated as 1. Somewhere. And then based on seeing the icons of achievements, it seems reasonable to believe that all of the numbers are like that half circle container thing with some different things inside it. Anyway, I'm adding heart to my list. So we have of all heart, or the adjective of all dot heart. Adjective of all dot heart. That's interesting. I hope I have this piece. Oh, loyal, apparently. Nice, convenient. That's a lot of glyphs, but I'm confident it says loyal. Great! I'm glad that you're confident about this. We have loyalty already. That's confirmed. Yes, of course. Loyalty is the abstract of all dot heart. Not difficult. Not actually difficult to put together. Alright, so before I look at the things that this could translate as, we have something.ship, which is in front of ship. So prow. Prow. There it is. That's always so satisfying when I look at a monstrous collection of glyphs and then guess a word, and then that word is available as one of the possible translations. And that's like, ah, yeah. That's a really good feeling. I don't see... Hang on. Looking at the ones that I have down that are not translated, because I do have some blank ones here that I just haven't put the translation in for. I don't know why I've done that, because that seems like a great way to lose things, but you had to step away. Okay, hi again, Rocky. How's it going? All right, so loyal. Cool. How long is this game? As long as you want it to be, Rocky. We're in the middle of the second loop, New Game Plus, essentially. I have been playing this game for weeks. You're not wrong. I'm likely to continue playing it for weeks, because I want to do at least a third loop. Maybe more than that, depending on how well that third loop goes. And those are things I should probably be taking notes on, the things that I want to make sure that I do in my third loop. Yeah, you can take the sex, it's fine. Alright. Fair, Cryptomancer. Fair. I'm starting a new page. And that page is things I want to remember to do. Alright, so the things I want to remember to do are... take Crown to Graveyard. And then... Number 1, check this list. Oh no! The list is self-referential! Get the crown without 6 knowing you have it. Oh, that's an interesting one. It's from the way you're phrasing it, it sounds like that's possible. Save the brooch for Renaki. Yeah, I know I have to keep it for Mayari, for sure. If there's a way to take the crown apart, actually... Probably want to take a look at the achievement list? Sure. Yeah. Okay. Because if the crown is based off of a foil, and I have the ability to just swap that foil into a robot, which I don't know that I have that ability yet, but the next time we go to Elbereth, we're trying it. We are absolutely trying to just swap out Six's foil. What other things did I know I wanted to try? Trade 6 at Renaki. Any other specific things? I want to remember to take a closer look at the camp that Sia's staying at. Investigate Sia's camp at dig site. There's a bunch of like Renaki stuff that I want to try, which means that we have to make sure to do the thing that we did with Huang early on, where Huang was like, hey, you should check out Renaki. So that we don't have to specifically go get Yazi in order to have a reason to go. That is definitely a thing. Is there a particular order in which I would like to visit sites? Get to the bottom of the big dark pit where you hear things moving. Oh yeah, we haven't been there in this loop yet, but it sounds. But I don't know if there's even a way to do that. But I'll put that on the list. Light source? Question mark? All right, that's as much as I can think of right now. But I'm sure there's other things to do. It seems likely that there will be other things to do. All right, for now that's good. All right, let's get out of here. Time to depart, indeed. Paddles. All right, sure. Yeah, we can make sure that getting a gecko is also on the list of things to make sure we accomplish next loop. The curators will look after it now. All right. Do I have solvable inscriptions? I do have solvable inscriptions. Stars fill sailcloths. They sure do. Ornamental wooden fragment from the boat's prow. We've confirmed loyal. That's good. And now we have no more solvable inscriptions. Also, keeping track of my list of ancient words, Set Boyaki Rafar needs to be on that list. Set Boyaki. Oh, if it's Ya, life place? Whatever key is. We still don't know what key is, but key is in a lot of places. I guess key could be place. No, cat is place. Buyaki is something life something. Probably. And Rifar. We have Malifar. That doesn't tell us anything, I don't think so. I don't remember the context for Malifar now. Mistakes. Look at paddles! Hanging upside down from a rope! Gecko playground in here. Ready the braces. Absolutely. Do that thing. Malifar, the word the kid said and ended up hoppering from Elbereth to question mark? No, that was something else. He eventually told us in the first loop, but I don't remember what it was. Alright, we're going back to Elbereth to see if we can swap out information on Robot. See if we can trade Robot in for other Robot, basically. We might not be able to. Like, it might not actually give us the option. But man, that seems wild if we can. However far I sail, these alleyways will always be my home. Hell of a sentiment. Alright, back up to Toppy's place. Set. Oh. It's not Ya, it's Yao. I misrecorded it. Boyauki. Which is almost assuredly a different actual construct than Ya. Ieni hua sale cataliti. Alright, Robot. Let's see if we can mess with your innards. Aaliyah, I've seen more of you in the last few days than I have for years. You're not wrong. So, Toppy, how's business? It never booms. Somehow we all get by. That's not what I was looking for. Maybe Oroy will tell me. Will you move back? I'm comfortable enough. Maybe if I idle long enough, they'll start another conversation. Or maybe I missed my shot, and it's over. And we can't do it now because we already talked. So no talking. This place looks terrible. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You've still got that robot? It's been a while now. Like, she's surprised that I haven't replaced it in the time I've had it. How long have I had it, actually? Is this longer than I have had any robot before? Like, do I have details about how long I've had other robots? Where did I get my third robot? 3 breaks down. So this is like... This is... 100... Like 120 days? 130 days? For how long we had 3? How long have we had 6 now? Renba stumbled on a control word. The control words are Elberathian slang, so most likely he simply swore. I didn't see this before. This is fantastic. So where did we get 6? Given another robot. Okay, so we've had 6 for, like, almost a month. Which is not that long. I mean, almost 30 days is maybe a third as long as I had, a fourth as long as I had 3. We don't have any information about any of the other robots so far. Alright, that's fine. I found an artifact you might like. Oh, yes? Oh, really? This is the only one I can show him. I'm not trading away my telescope, though. You spoil me! A beautiful, unique piece. I might be able to make you an offer. Here we are. What are you showing me? A silver ring decorated with a symbol of the Empire. Hard to find these things. Tiny. And it's got an inscription! The precision needed for this. There's a few words in this one. Do I know this? We have safe. So this would be safety. Safety from... This is death. This isn't home. Like, that's not it for sure. Right? But maybe safety from is one word? Do we know what this is? Protection. Safety. Yeah, sure. Protection from... Really? This is not enough to put it together? Maybe that's one word. Aha. Why did one throw itself off a cliff? Because she's insufferable. Believable. The abstract of the verb thing, death. Verb hold, death. Hold, death? I kind of like danger. If this is danger, right, the abstract of holding death, then what do you think this is? Holding death. What is fear again? It's probably not... Fear is knowledge of death. I don't even know what information I'm looking for now. Verb of holding death. What other words do I know that have death in them? Holding life is apparently related to save. It's like a subword in save. So maybe hold life is also a thing that we can know. I don't think I have anything that looks like this written down. Holding life, the verb of life holding is love. We already know that one. But that's like life hold is a single word, as opposed to the separate constructs of hold and then death. Interesting. Well, if we ever see it again, we'll know that's a thing. Protection from danger. I could still change my mind, but protection from danger. Red has it this comes from the same site as the sword and the pen I found here earlier. The sword and the pen. Okay. Oh, this was from the graveyard. The ring for my telescope? Can I actually trade the telescope? Is that a mistake? Sure! Take my telescope! You have a deal. I wonder if that'll cause problems. What a fine piece. Do I have anything else I can show you? I think I'm out of things I can show you. There's no more trading to be done. Note for later, keep telescope. I mean, I kept telescopes in my first game. I don't think it made that much of a difference, actually. See you later, Toppy. Don't be a stranger to us now. I'll see you around, Elia. Alright, well, that's good enough. We have one new artifact to consider. Perhaps we should return to the ship. Alright, to the ship. Do it. Alright, Withering Palace ahoy! We never really found a place to use it or extract its recording. Oh, that's true! Presumably it had a foil in it, with information. Oh, I should have kept the telescope. Mistakes. It's not like Toppy knows what to do with the foil in it. Yeah, we don't have a really good way for, like, a thing that we can do to try and extract the foil. Although maybe, because we got Arroy into trouble, she's not willing to look at other stuff for us. And that other stuff she could be looking at is the telescope. So maybe if I don't get Arroy in trouble with the crown next time, we can give her the telescope next time. That seems like a good idea. Alright, I will actually make a note of that. Because give Arroy the telescope seems like a potential thing that we would really like to do. Give Arroy telescope. Yeah, next time I get the crown, I'm just going to immediately go to the site from the mural. Like, just immediately go to the graveyard and try and do crown things before we spend enough time that Mayari decides she wants to get the crown by hook or by crook. Alright, Withering Palace, here we go. Memory had emerged from deep within Six's core. Was it, as Mayari hoped, lead on the Faller's moon? Ancient recording spoke of a Withering Palace. Wall of an abandoned mine. Beyond the garden. This is the garden, right? Alright, well, let's go to the Withering Palace. We want to go to the Withering Palace before we go to the garden anyway. Sailing to the Withering Palace in the Withering Ways via Ioxian space. Okay, and let's just pass control to 6 until we get to new territories. Oh, and immediately run into a ruin that I can't investigate. Maybe I can still investigate the ruin. Apparently it's pausing to investigate the ruin. That's nice. A ruin! A ruin! Oh, really? Amazing. A battered tablet made of brass. The edge would seem to be inscribed with symbols. One end of a broken fragment of text. Well, this is a glyph I have not seen before. But I think that's one of the number glyphs, based on assumptions from achievement icons. We have palaces. This is will not? Cannot? Okay. Palaces cannot something your something else. Cannot, this is no, but like no high? I think we've seen that construct before, but I don't remember what it means. Oh, this is wind. Noun of high is wind. So no from wind here. This is of laws? Yeah, this is, I think this is just noise. I think so, Cryptomancer. People were saying that before, and I kind of didn't think so at the time, but the more I see, like, pieces that show up at whenever it's like a broken off inscription, I think it's true that it's just randomly generating glyphs there without trying to generate an actual word. Palaces cannot hear your... That's not right. That's not right. This doesn't feel right. It's not palaces. Oh, really? Okay, well, let's put in everything else there. Cannot hear your... If it's not palaces, then this is just gods. Emperor? Sure. Ah, okay. Oh, hey, Koratora, how's it going? Welcome. So what do we think this is? Noun of laws? Like, this is of law, right? So choice? Decision? That could be it. I think, like, looking here, we decided that this would be head. Yeah, so mind as head is a root. Yep. Emperor cannot hear your mind. Alright, yeah, I'll go with that. Cool. Yet again, the thing happened. I was like, oh no, I think it should be this word. And it turns out that word is an option. Love it. Emperor cannot hear your mind. They didn't like the Empire. They did not like the Empire. Everything falls in the end. Made on the place we're looking for. It must be close by. We know exactly where it is. It's really not a concern. We'll have to sail on to resume the search. Okay, 6. Okay. You think it's choice? Maybe. It's possible. Where are we going? Well, this is doing a lot of loopy things. Cool. Fascinating river. Yeah. The Withering Palace is real neat. There's some cool stuff going on there. And we have a key that I don't know if we had last time. For the record, this is loop 2. I have already beaten the game once, and so this is a new game plus. Right appears to be leading to something. There's no individual ruins to investigate here? That's interesting. Why are there no ruins? Why are there no ruins? I want more ruins. disappointing. So I guess we just head straight there? Can do that. Area of minor flow, mistress. Why would you emphasize flow there? How in danger of spoilers are you? Oh, how much of the game have you seen? I am not monitoring the things that I am saying, so I might very well say things that are spoilers. But if you've seen Withering Palace, then we're probably not going to get anything. You're probably in danger of some spoilers. I don't know how much danger, because a lot of what I'm doing is analyzing the things that I'm seeing based on the stuff that I've seen earlier on. Like, really, my primary goals right now are less about discovering lore stuff and more about analyzing contexts of words and trying to determine more information about the language and how the language fits together with ancient culture, as well as how the written words reflect the spoken words of ancient, right? So there's a lot of Alberethian slang that is actually ancient words. So a lot of what I'm doing is trying to compare and contrast that stuff. So yeah, that's where my focus is. I think it's less likely that I am going to be saying stuff that spoils game content, but it's definitely possible that I'll see stuff on the Withering Palace that you didn't, because there's a lot of stuff in this game, and it's very easy to miss stuff. So, I guess hang out at your own peril. What's wrong with the river here? What, have we not seen low flow areas before? The currents in this region are unusually weak. The rivers here are losing their integrity. Perhaps that is how the Withering Palace was lost. Wait a minute. That's a ruin. That's a ruin. Can we investigate the ruin? Let's investigate the ruin. Can I investigate the ruin? It's on this pathway. Oh, so on my way out, I'll have to try and see if I can go past here and investigate the ruin that way. You'll just have to beat the game? Yeah, I mean, I recommend that. I strongly recommend that. But, honestly, even on my first run-through, I think I found a couple of things that people who had previously beaten the game had not necessarily seen. So, like, I think there's enough stuff to discover in this game that almost any amount of watching other people play is gonna, in some respect, cause spoilers. Because there's just so much stuff. And it's not very easy to find it all. In fact, I think it's actually impossible to find it all on your first run-through. So if other people make different choices and go to things in a different order, and, like, any of that is going to cause some amount of spoiling. Oh, yeah, this is the place with the dust storm.
We hoppered down into a narrow, rocky canyon.
So do I try and die?
Waves of dust made it impossible to breathe.
I'm kind of curious. What happens if I run out of stamina? Does Six just hopper me back to the boat and be like, Mistress, you have to take care of yourself, etc.? Give me a moment.
This was the worst one yet.
You should not talk, Mistress. The dust will get into your throat. We best keep moving. How long can I last out here? You have 2 minutes without shelter. After that, your lungs will begin to struggle. Really? Let's hope there's a palace here with walls. Yes, mistress. But I told you not to talk. You're not the boss of me. I'll talk when I like, robot. There's got to be something here. Some kind of structure. Somewhere. I guess, did he just slice at me? Maybe. We have run out of stamina before, right? And it didn't do anything. We just ran out of stamina. Right? We were just out of... I think it changed what we could do, but it didn't... Yeah, in Sculptor's Moon. But it didn't... Otherwise, it didn't cause death, right? If I just stand here and run out of stamina, what happens? Oh, I just gained all my stamina back. Apparently pausing is cheating. If I'd had more stamina when I got to the end, I might have been able to do more things. That's believable, actually. I'm just going to let this run out of stamina and see what happens. But apparently pausing is cheating. That's very interesting. What are we expecting to find here, Six? I have no idea, mistress. I know nothing about this place. Don't you, though? Weren't you made here? You know something, Six. Lose it quicker if I move. Will I? Doesn't seem to be. Because of something in me. Something I'd be quite happy to be without. What? Tell me more about that. What the hell does that mean? Yeah, moving doesn't seem to be affecting it much. It looks like it's dropping at about the same rate. Mistress, the lack of atmosphere on this moon is taking its toll on you. I'm fine. Curse you. For now, mistress. Only for now. About a minute, mistress. And then what? And then what, robot? Six. I can't breathe. Your chest cavity is constricting due to lack of oxygen, mistress. As a result, your blood will thin. It will cause your muscles to atrophy and will eventually affect your brain. Thank you, Six. I mean, I guess I could ask Six to try and do something about it, but I want to find out what happens. I am now playing with mechanics. This is not about exploring
stumbling over my own feet.
Lore in the game. This is what the game will let me get away with. Your blood oxygen is alarmingly low. Oh, so I could just have him hopper off. Just a little bit longer. I'm assuming he just hoppers me out the moment I run out. Because now I'm out. I'm just actually out. And nothing is happening. You need to find shelter immediately, mistress. Must I? If it sends me away and won't let me back down. Six. I don't... I'm activating the hopper, mistress. Okay, so he hoppers me out. That's about what I'd expect. The question is, if this adversely affects me to the point of... It didn't occur to me that he might not let me come back, actually. I figured I'd just recover and then I could come back and try again. Oh, that's awful if it doesn't let me come back. That would be atrocious. That would be extremely unfortunate. How are you feeling, mistress? Take me back, right now. You know I cannot do that, mistress. But there's still something down there, isn't there? The Withering Palace. Under all that dust. We can't just leave it behind. You can. I've recovered now, so we go back. No, mistress. What? Oh my god. Yeah, it's actually not letting me back. My statistical model is adaptive. It now considers the moon below untenable. However, I can go down there in your place. And if there are stairs, then perhaps the persistent choking dust will have smoothed them into ramps. You're no archaeologist. You're the subject of archaeology. I have been watching you. With respect, what you do does not appear complex. Wow! Now I'm getting archaeology robot-splained to me. Thank you. Thank you. This is ridiculous. I feel like a child. I do not know what that would feel like, mistress. I will return shortly. Wow.
I shook sand from my shirt and onto the rug. The nightingale seemed to groan with silence.
I found something, mistress. A castle in the dust. And I have a way for you to reach it. Now you want me to go back down there? Yes, mistress. There is something about this place. Something I do not like. I want you to tell me what it is. So turns out my job is complex, does it? Perhaps so. I will activate the hopper. So is he just going to warp me past the sand part? Maybe he just warps me straight to the entrance? Instead of, like, having me fight through the... Nope. Nope. Still fighting through it. Okay. You had this happen to you. Oh, really? 6 has found a safe place to hopper me down. This is the place the voice in the crowd mentioned. How can there be a palace here? Yep, he just takes me to the gate. Okay. Cool.
We stepped through the ancient gate. The wind outside dropped to a hollow moan.
So I missed out on whatever text and or discoveries I would have made along the way. Yeah. Inscriptions along the way, right? I would not attempt any other way, mistress. Nice. This place doesn't seem grand enough to be a palace. There are no ornamental domes, no gardens. There must be more to this place. But what? What indeed? On the top bar of the gate, symbols embossed into the metal. Ancient. This one's a fractured piece from a longer phrase. Come home? Fascinating. Is that the same as before? Well, we're now confident about come, so that's good. Did I write that down? That feels like a thing that I might have written down before. Verb move place. Did I not write this down? I feel like I did. Maybe I didn't. Apparently I didn't. Amazing. Short and sweet. Come home. An open gate. Not very welcoming, though. Did this ever open? Perhaps, mistress. But I do not think it will open now. Fair. Then some kind of courtyard beyond. I can't make it out. Look out there. It's like some kind of nightmare. The winds outside must be blowing from somewhere, mistress. There must be a wellspring here, generating dust. Wellspring at the Withering Palace shut down? Damn. Horrible place to build a palace. Or else a well-defended one. That's a thought. He said there was something strange here. I don't see anything strange. Nor do I, mistress. That, I fear, appears to me strange. Did you get dust in your wiring? Yes, mistress, but not deeply. There is something here. Its door's open, but the gap's too narrow to slide through. And it's jammed. I'll have to find a way around. I suppose the wellspring wasn't always this way. It must have changed. Perhaps we are witnessing what happens to all wellsprings in the end. Ooh. Will it let me go back out? It will not. It will not. Okay. Well then. How long do you think since anyone was here? Impossible to say, mistress. There are no footprints. Well, I guess we just keep moving then.
The room was filled with rows and rows of books.
Let's go poke at the books. So is this a library? A palace of knowledge? Withering, as paper withers? Perhaps, mistress. It is an interesting theory. Seems a bit of a stretch, however. How could this be where the fall began? It doesn't make any sense. Hang on. So the fall that they're talking about is here, right? The end of the Holy Empire? So to say that the fall began at the Withering Palace, where the Withering Palace is primarily a place for the recording of emperors, based on the knowledge we found last time, and, yeah, it's primarily a place for recording people, right? It dumps people into robots. So for this to be where the fall began implies that the robots were somehow at fault for the fall? Which I would have expected if the Steel Empire followed the Holy Empire, but it didn't. So what information do we have as a part of, like, the Fallers establish power on Iox? What are the Fallers? The Fallers destroyed the Empire, but they never extended their reach beyond Iox. Generations passed in obscurity. Buried god is carved. So some event here that we don't know what is yeah, Rebesca foil fashioned at the Withering Palace. Yep. Operating panel is broken open. What? That was from the Sculptor's Moon, I think? The last Emperor goes into hiding on the Hermitage near Mercy. But that Hermitage wasn't built specifically by the last Emperor or for the last Emperor. It was just in place for a while. A succession of lone thinkers and watchers lived out here, kept alive by a thin wellspring. This was not a connection that I had made before. That the Hermitage near Mercy was used by other people besides the last Emperor. Right? So I guess it was actually an observatory for a while, people monitoring Heaven's Vault. And then eventually, the last Emperor fled to there. Iox fell to invaders, and the Empire was destroyed. But the Emperor himself escaped to a hideout near Mercy. Yep. After the fall of Iox, the Emperor traveled to the hideout moon to hide. Sure. The Fallers established power on Iox. The fall of Iox. Do we have information about this? The Emperor's palace was stormed, the royal family murdered, the guard's ship destroyed, and the nebula fell into disarray for centuries. The crown was taken by the last Emperor as he escaped Iox. So we don't have any information prior to the fall. We don't have any information leading up to the fall, which of course is the information that Mayari's trying to find. That's why we're out here in the to begin with. The crown was taken by the last Emperor as he escaped Iox, ended up hidden in the building where he died, in the depths of the cyclones. Question mark, the fall begins? Fallers destroyed the Empire. So if the fall begins on the Withering Palace, which is an extremely questionable statement, it has to be related in some way to the recording of emperors as robots. Fascinating. Is it implying that the robots did something? I don't know what it's implying in that situation. A stool. Someone leapt up in a hurry, I suppose. And it looks like they dropped something. Here, in the crack between the stones. A thick, snub-toothed key. I think it dates from the Age of Sail. Along the barrel's an inscription. Tires my eyes to read it. Oh, boy. This one's a phrase run together. Okay. So we have open here, but the noun of open, which is open. Right? Like something that is open? What's the noun of open? We have something, opener maybe? Thing that opens? Key? Is the noun of open key? Key will open. And what is this? This is a lot. This is a word. That's, again, open. No. That's knowledge. Knowledge light. Verb of knowledge light. Okay. Noun of adjective of verb of is not sees. And then whatever this thing is. Sure. Yeah. Believe you can be confident of your translation for out. Yes, I already confirmed in, so out is relatively easy to confirm. Ends, doors, poison, strength. I guess doors, sure. The noun, the thing that opens is a door. Ah. Opens in terms of, like, not the thing that, like, not like the way that a key opens a lock, but the way that a door opens. Right? Because those are both opens, but they're slightly different. Opens as prevent impeding progress, as opposed to opens as unlocks. Sure. I need to fill in out, which is not in, it turns out. Subject versus object. Yes, that's what I was looking for. Thank you, Hamu. Was the Steel Empire period before or after the fall? Before. Before, yes. That is an important part of this particular piece of speculation. The Steel Empire was before the Holy Empire. So it's like Steel Empire, Holy Empire, fall. Alright, so we're still on doors for this. Because that makes far more sense than anything else. This, the noun of the adjective of the verb of is not sees. Secrets? I guess is not sees is, could be mystery, right? Based off mystery. Verb of is not seen could be disguise or hides. Adjective would be hidden, and the noun of something hidden could be a secret. I'll believe that, I guess. I'll believe that. Sure, we'll go with that. Doors will open and secrets come out. This comes from the same place as the key in the hip flask that we were given on Elbereth. That implies people regularly visited both the two sites. So make it easier. What? This is the place I'm at! It's the place I'm at! It's from here! It's from right here! What do you mean? You're standing on the place that... What is it gonna... What does that even mean? God damn it, Aaliyah. It is most unlike anything we have seen before. Well, let's look at the book, I guess. There's ancient here. Lots of it. You're not messing around when you say lots of it. This is a blotted fragment of an even longer phrase. Okay, so we already know this is when, but this is once. So, what is question mark once? Is that a verb? Is that a word? Maybe it's a word that we don't recognize. All right, person. Dot. That's okay. Yeah, sure. We'll go with emperors because this, I think, is a thing that we need to leave separate. Okay. Oh boy, this is a lot. This goes to here. So you have palace. Okay. So we have speech dot this is dies. Plant that dies is wither, right? We already know that this is wither, so this is withering. I think we have that information. We have withering here. But I feel like this is all one word. Because you're not going to have a word that just ends in X, are you? Alright, let's come back to that after I filled in other stuff. Because that's maybe a word on its own, but then it's got this dots here, right? A word isn't going to start with dots, so that has to be a word together. Maybe X is a valid glyph to pair with the verb marker? Oh, like not verb, or not, but this isn't verb, this is adjective. It is valid with verb. If it was X verb, that means does not. But, that's different than the construct that we have here. Well, alright. Yeah, see, this isn't correct either. So, there's more to do here. This is a word on its own, almost assuredly, right? We know verb of join stone is make. So this is made, right? Past tense of build or built. But that means that Withering Palace be built? That's probably a thing. So maybe let's try this and see what happens? Yeah, I didn't think this was going to work. I mean, let's just fill things in until it tells me I'm wrong, because we're almost assuredly wrong about something here. But I don't know what. You gonna make me fill this in first? Really? I can fill in other things? Sure. Can you tell me I'm wrong now? Forget that then. Oh, it's not going to let me do it right now. Okay. I just don't have the information here. Okay. The Withering Palace! Is that what this place is, perhaps? I think we already knew that. Okay, found in an ancient book. Thing that we cannot separate into words. Ancient book. At Withering Palace. We have solvable inscriptions? Ah. Because close was confirmed. Okay. We've seen verb, marker, symbol, and some final thing, usually slash, but sometimes S. So maybe that X is the end of the word. I don't think so. Also, I'm not entirely sure what you mean when you say that. By slash, do you mean... Let's see if I have it written down here somewhere. Like the ending of a core concept word? Like this word here that I have translated as, that we have confirmed is... Oh, come on, camera. Be better. Camera, please. My handwriting isn't that bad. This word here. There we go. Take, right? So it's verb, hold, and then the ending of a word. So that, like, that third piece that we have yet to actually assign any possible meaning to, and I think just means the ending of a core concept word. Because it's somehow important to have words be 3 characters long. So you're suggesting that... Hello, do this thing. Thank you. You're suggesting that this piece here, verb hold X, is a word construct on its own? I don't think that's true. I think that's not true. I think it means not withering, is what I think it means. I would be very surprised to find an actual word break there. But we don't have the necessary pieces to put this together at the moment. Clearly. Evidently. This place must have been fine once, mistress. The scale of the construction suggests opulence, even if the fittings do not. And yet this place seems like it was always empty. Seems like it was always empty. That's a hell of a phrase. Alright, books. Let's go look at books. More sequences of ancient. Good heavens. This one's a blurry piece from an even longer phrase. So we have... This is interesting because it connects to this piece, right? So where's the word break? Is this all one word? How much of this is the word? Is the place part of something else? Because, like, this is possible, but words don't start with dot. So maybe this through here is all one word? And then it moves into will, stay, place, time, dot, circle, many. Place, time, dot, circle, many. Really? Oh, yeah, we already have that. Empire, apparently. Place of emperors and many people. Yes, okay. Empire. This construct we've seen before, I think. We have forever. But, like, time forever feels like a thing. How do we not have... Where are the word divisions? There are more word divisions than this? Really? That doesn't seem right. There are things here that are obviously wrong. So tell me which of these things are wrong. Mistress, that translation is clearly incorrect. There must be another phrasing. Yeah, duh. Oh, not stay. Oh, because stay place is the construct, which means that I actually can't do this. Because I have this, will, and then stay location, probably. Oh, then I can do this. Will, stay in place, which is forever and ever. Okay, cute. That's a lot of glyphs, but I think it must say empire. Remain? Endure. Endure. Remain. Yeah, remain. Good. Stay in place. Remain. Okay. Forever and... Excuse me? Forever and a day? Did I write down? No, I haven't written down empire. That's the thing I need to do. I think I haven't written it down. Let me see. This also seems like it could be one of those words where I wrote down the word even though I didn't write down the translation. Because I have a bunch of those words that I wrote down the word but then not the translation. And, so let's see if this is one of those words. It does not appear to be. Okay, so I should write it down separately. Place, person, dot, thing, no, person, dot, thing, many people. Empire. All right. Day does kind of make sense here. Empire will endure forever and a day, right? Because the A is a filler word that doesn't show up here. And then for this phrasing, time dot circle, I have a feeling that we've seen circle referenced as sun before. Like, circle light, I think, was sun. So it seems that, like... Oh, so forever is many days? This is why this didn't make a lot of sense for me. Circle might be loot, maybe. I think circle many we've seen as every. Or all. So, I mean, forever is all times, right? That makes some amount of sense. But that still doesn't give us any bigger insight into why circle is used in the places that it's used. Empire will endure forever and a day. But perhaps this place was used by the emperors. Seems a strange place for a retreat. Yeah, less retreat and more, I don't even know what the word would be. Place where they go to die, but not a graveyard. Look at all these books! Scattered papers. The ink on this one is run. Oh. More inscriptions. A blotted piece from an even longer phrase. So what do we have here? Noun, verb, noun? Or, noun, adjective, noun. That's very interesting. I think the noun here is like the cutoff. So this is strong. See, again, this is like noun of circle rock. But the adjective of noun circle rock. Like, what does circle mean in this context? Circle keeps meaning things. No! We have the same word over here. So it's not strong, this is strength. Strength of one emperor was strength of all. Because this is a single construct, right? We can't just say is here. That doesn't work. To rephrase what you said above, circle might be reference to a recurring unit. Like one unit of a thing that happens over and over. One day-night cycle is a day. Maybe. It depends on how they're referring to any kind of recurring, right? Strength of one emperor was strength of all. That'll do for now. Till we discover strength. Locked. Try the keys! You have 2 different keys you could try! Eventually. Huang would love this place. If he could make it through the dust. I am certain he could not. A book! The Chronicles of Mazwai. Oh. It's the book Huang's always reading. Yup. Something in order of 600 copies of Mazwai on Iox, mistress. But this one is not from Iox, mistress. This copy of Mazwai must be close to original. Huang would love it. Cool, we have a gift for Huang. Another few lines. This one's a stained fragment from an even longer phrase. We got robots. Palaces spoke, and robots obeyed? I've done something wrong. Emperors spoke, and robots obeyed. I think we've run into this exact phrase before. Certain my translation for spoke is correct now. Good. Good. That is a thing that you should be certain about. This, too, is not one that I have written down. Verb, past tense, speech. The Emperor spoke, and the robots obeyed. Turns out yelling at the game is effective. Finished. The Emperor spoke, and the robots obeyed. Why are you going with robot emperors here? What? Robots really were in charge, just as we thought. Were they? Not certain that that's what you'd get out of this. Whoever dropped this key must have used it for something. There. Of course, there are plenty of ways to get here, other than the way I just did. There's an inscription above this gate, too. This one's a broken piece from an even longer phrase. Forever... This is begins? Begins. Forever begins here. No? Yes, that's clearly incorrect. Yes, I agree. Oh, eternity. Eternity, yes. The noun of forever is eternity. We've run into this one also before. I didn't go far enough to see the option for it. Alright, we have begins confirmed. That's good. Is this one of the ones that I have written down? It does not appear so. Just double check. Okay. Begins. Some of these messages were kind of key to the mystery of the place, so there aren't more advanced versions of them in NG+. That's fair. That's fair. Begins. Cool. That's complete. Eternity begins here. What does that mean? It does not sound good. No, I suppose it doesn't. Alright, let's go up some steps. That sounds like a good call. Assuming there aren't any more random things to find here. There's some kind of plaza back here. Lined with statues. They look like pieces laid out for a game. Double check all these books, make sure we didn't miss a book. Does not look like we missed any books. Maybe there's a way through across the roof. Mistress, please do not plummet anywhere. Let's see if I can get anything out of this one. Oh boy. This one's a faded fragment from an even longer phrase. There's a lot of instances of robot here. Robot emperors were... Oh, we've seen something like this before. Adjective of robot dot laws. Oh, there's overseer, right? But robot emperors were... Six is an expert on... Six is an expert of plummeting. Yeah. We've seen him do some plummeting before. Certainly. Not laws. Noun of. We transfer. I think we decided that this is head, right? So adjective of robot.head. But unloved. Unloved. Fascinating. Well, can't really do much here. Impossible. Robot emperors from the Steel Empire. So maybe this place is a Steel Empire site? Not looking at inscriptions. Yeah, zoom way the hell out, please. Do we have any information about when Withering Palace Wellspring shut down during the Dark Age? Was used during the Holy Empire? So the earliest information we have about Withering Palace is mid-Holy Empire. So there's no indication that it was used during the Steel Empire, which is when robot emperors might have been a real thing. In this case, it might refer to robot emperors as, like, after an emperor was close to death, they recorded them, put them in a robot, and then they were no longer in charge, but, like, an advisor or something like that? That seems more likely. Dead plants. Something in the sand. Oh, really? Almost completely buried. A scratched compass. Dating from the earliest days of the nebula? Curious, though. Most compasses point towards Iox. This one doesn't. Out there somewhere. Looks like there's some etched symbols on the casing. Confirmed the translation for yeet. I don't think we have actually confirmed the translation for yeet. We might have gotten throw, but I still don't know if there's any particular glyphs related to humor. So, yeet is not yet clear. Catch me if you can. This is follow, so don't follow? Unless it's like, do not toward me? Do not toward? Well, move toward is follow. So, flee? Run up, flee? Apparently... Yeah, do not toward me does not seem correct. We have follow. Oh, apparently the X is just garbage. Thanks. That's a bad place for an X. Well, if is apparently confirmed. So is can. That's delightful. So catch me if you can, or follow me if you can. Which is good. If and can, both confirmed. More question mark words. Do like question marks. Starting a new page! question of movement. And once again, I have put in the S backwards. Because I goddamn hate writing this glyph. If. Question of doing. Can. I've been thinking about this for the past few streams. What we've learned in both of my runs. A little bit from what you know, everyone. Exactly when did robots first emerge? Oh, man. That's, that is definitely not information we have. I think robots are ancient tech. I think the further you get down in history, the closer you get to our current timeline, the more tech is lost. So I think robots actually predate our timeline. Because I think our timeline starts with somebody vaulting into this nebula. So I think robots predate any history we have. Follow me if you can. Done. I think this comes from the same place as the Chronicles of Mazwa I found here before. Having this should help us to pin down its location. Really? We have a new ancient site. Is that the one up here? No. That's probably this that it's aiming towards. I love it out here. Some people live and die on Iox. They never see anything. Meanwhile, I get to see everything. Alright, so we have the reaching god, which is maybe the same as the stretching god. I don't know if there's a climbing god. What the hell, 6? You gonna come out here just to tell me to be careful on the balcony? How dare you? I hadn't even gone into that room yet. Nah, there was an open door. That's a completely valid transit path for our little robot. I can see them more clearly from up
A circle of
here.
stone gods, staring each other down.
6
Each
of them.
one daring the others to blink first.
That's poetic. Is that the whole ancient pantheon, I wonder? Timur always told me there were 7 ancient gods. Though where he got that from, I have no idea. A fallen rock. I'm glad I wasn't standing here when that came down. Inkling pointed out to me the other day this isn't necessarily the case, since we know now that Iolite crystal travel was a thing in ancient times. So the robots could have gone to the vault after it arrived in the nebula. It's possible. But it seems to me that the vault was designed with robot caretakers in mind. There's a pit in the ground down there. It's not unfinished building work. Perhaps the palace continues underground? The stones were removed here. Lifted away. Someone broke into whatever's below. So this is a thing that I caught on the first time through, right? That's how I knew the pit was there. So it's interesting to me that people... Like, there's a bunch of different points at which the pit can be, like, pointed out. A table set for a meeting. Looks like it ended in an argument. Could have been moments ago. The Eagle and Sun! That dates this site beautifully. The Withering Palace constructed. The beginning of the Holy Empire. Okay. Constructed by the early emperors to house knowledge. That's one way to put it. To house knowledge. To house recordings. What are they all looking at? We know what they're looking at. Unless the Vault technology was somehow later used to develop robots in ancient Nebula time. Hello? There's something wedged under here. A stylus. I would estimate it dates from the Empire. There's an inscribed message along the stem of the stylus. It's minuscule. This one's several words. So we know this is right. We have truth. So adjective of 1. Ones. Like my. Or yours, but ones. Adjective? Adjective? Oh, so not ones. Okay, okay. Of 1. Like the one. Not belonging to 1. I mean, yeah, only is clearly the choice here. I was just trying to figure out, like, how you get to only with this conjunction of glyphs. It's interesting. Person.1 is me, right? So I was assuming it was the same kind of, like, a personal thing, rather than an individual thing. 1 plus ly. I mean, I guess, yeah. Onely. Right, onely truth. Right, only true. I think that's right. This comes from the same source as the ring and the sword. The moon depicted in the wall mural. Oh. That's from the garden. The graveyard. I don't think we can get up there unless I vault this wall, which is probably a bad idea. Bless the moons. Glad I'm not doing this in the dark. So I think I wasn't willing to jump this last time. Oh, but maybe I don't need to, because it looks like I can get upstairs from down there anyway. This whole structure's intact, except here. But there's no boulders. No signs of impact. I think this was demolished. Whoever dug through the floor outside broke in through here. Only, why would they break down the wall when there's an open door? And not to make a way through for them. There's an open door in the hallway, after all. I'm sure whoever smashed this wall down, they did it solely to make a path for a robot. All of the robots, it turns out. Alright, back downstairs. It's so weird that, like, this spot has the, like, scary music going on. Like, this spot is especially impactful or something. Robot Uprising 2. Electric Boogaloo. Seems unlikely. Somebody broke them free. I don't think they uprose at all. think robots are remarkably good at not uprising. Mistress! Yes, robot. Yes, robot. Maybe someone brought robots with them. Built the ramp so they could get in. Well, then again, maybe they took some robots away. Maybe this place housed robots. Interesting, mistress. Robots would certainly not object to the conditions here. Although they would object to all the stairs. If there were robots here, they must have been restricted to the dais area. There are ramps there, but steps and bars everywhere else. There's no logical reason to restrict a robot, mistress, says the robot. Search the rubble, absolutely. What's this? A fragment from a scimitar, dating from the Holy Empire? The middle of the blade's been decorated with glyphs, too. This one's a broken piece from an even longer phrase. No idea. I can ask Wang to take a look later. Oh, it's not even gonna let me try! Wow, okay. That's the first time I've seen that happen. Somebody huddled here to keep warm. Burned what they could find. Books, most likely. There's something here. A metal wind chime. Looks like it dates from the Ioxian Empire. There's an inscription on it. Yeah, there was a lot of cutting over there. Which makes sense for something on a sword, right? It doesn't seem like we have this one either. Metal wind chime. Mystery, sure. Of life, hold verb life. Yeah, we have this one. We have this one. Sings? Yeah, sure. We sing of love and mystery. 4. Yes, we sing 4. Sorry. Yeah, I'm still on board with this being a mystery. I'm still on board with that. Does we sing for love and mystery work? Weird in context, but... should make... Again, with the, graveyard. That should be easier to find. Here's some more symbols. Oh, you're not wrong. Here are, in fact, some more symbols. Wow, we've got a lot going on here. Okay, great, great. What do we have? What? All light. Wait. We already have Nebula over here. So maybe this is garbage. Nebula was... never? Nebula was never... Nope, not... This is one thing here. Noun of circle we may have seen. Was never... Noun of circle? Speech dot noun of circle. I don't know, that's a weird one. This is lived. Lived in... We have only, right? Where's only? Is this not one word? This is a word that ends here. I've never seen this in a bigger thing. Like, I don't think that's right. Maybe this is not one word? Maybe this is 2 words? Like, this feels like it's supposed to be one word. Do we have a word that's like verb move dot Noun move? Is that a real word? It doesn't seem like I can actually put this together. It seems like I don't have the pieces. Maybe it's not never, but like, it's will not? No, because this is a thing on its own, yeah. I mean, if I just fill in the pieces, which I know are wrong... No, I'm not going to fill in. Maybe I just leave this as is. Man, there are plenty of pieces here that need to be filled. There's so many instances of was, specifically here, and I can't put it together because I don't have all the necessary pieces. Oh, that's frustrating. Maybe this is which? I don't think this is which. I think this is garbage. So it's nebula here. This is really interesting. Shows that this is connecting words. I'm a little surprised that we haven't already, from this, put it together. Because it implies that either I'm wrong on some of these pieces, or some of the pieces that I have still put together are more than one word, even though it doesn't look like they should be. I mean, I guess I could just fill things in until it tells me I'm wrong, right? So, tell me I'm wrong, I guess. No, okay. Nope. Very, very wrong about that. How old would you say this site is exactly? I would date it back to the very first days of the Holy Empire, mistress. Probably constructed during the reign of the first empress herself. Probably. Another door. Stuck fast. Or locked. But since this is a Holy Empire site, the ancient gods shouldn't be here at all. Shouldn't they? The gods were torn down, destroyed by the Empire, like the one on Elbereth. There are no gods on Iox, so why are these gods here? Laid out reverentially. Maybe... Hang on. Did the first empress, who declared herself holy, did she still believe in the older gods? Still fear them? Believable. I was going to suggest that maybe it was the Fallers who tore down the gods. Mistress, I do not wish to alarm you, but I am sure I heard something moving nearby. You think the gods are coming for us? No, mistress. Something below. Oh. 6. Is there a vault here? Have we found it? Found the vault? It's not that kind of vault. I understood this was the Withering Palace, mistress. This place is a palace, not a vault. Mole men! Robots. It's like Aliens meme, but robots. A mural depicting some kind of event. A line of figures, some stooped, some young, gathered together, then falling. A bright light. That's all I can make out. Emperors being recorded. Oh, you're not going to let me out here? I can't cross to the outside area here? disappointing. This ramp is a door. There's no way it fell like this. Someone made themselves a way through. Someone with a robot. Well, I don't need to clamber over when I can just walk down the steps. The robot can take the ramp.
The rock had been scooped out to make a roof for the courtyard, keeping it safe from the endless storm beyond. This was a secret place.
What do you think, Six? There was a chair. Ah! He's remembering being recorded. I didn't brave those dust storms for a chair. Here, in the center of this place. A chair. On wheels. I sat down in it, mistress. They put something on my brow. What kind of chair? Wheelchair? Golden. Painted, of course. Carved with leaves winding up its legs. Faces watching me. I remember the texture of the wood. I could barely lift my head, but I lifted it all the same. Mistress, I was tied. Something's happening to you, Six. There's something else, something here, doing something to you. I am myself, mistress. I am not surprised if that upsets you. Do you have an off switch, maybe? Can we please focus on the memory, rather than trying to, like, poke at the robot? Now be quiet! I can't hear above your chatter. Damn. Roy's gonna have fun taking you apart. This looks like an altar to me. Is this a temple, then? Did the emperors secretly worship the ancient gods? Something's been chiseled in here. Beautiful workmanship. There's a few words in this one. We have opens. Death is a door. I'm convinced my translation for door was correct now. Oh, good. Happy to hear it. Noun, verb, light, move. Finished. Death is a door. But if death is a door, what's on the other side? Was this a hospital? Safely away from everyone else? For people who were withering? Tended by robots, perhaps? With all the gods watching? He's spinning out an elaborate fantasy that we believe to be not true. Alright, let's look at these gods. Let's see if we can find Kibenya. Where's the mother? A giving goddess. The reaching god. The buried god from the mine. Kibenya! We found her! This one is Kibenya. Nice to see an old friend out here. I know these symbols at her feet. They read as water. A goddess of fertile rice fields. Not of a place like this. Okay, so Kibenya doesn't translate to water, right? Unless we assume that that actually says Kibenya? Most curious. Yes, I see. So then Ya would be the ending piece? That doesn't make sense to me. The robots figured something out. Because we have Ya's life, unless Ya's overloaded. Which would be annoying. It can't be Kibenya, because Ya is... The name of the goddess can't be water, right? There has to be more to it. Can we use it? Do you really want to? I don't, no. But you could. My ethical core would not permit that. If this hopper directed one underground, mistress, then one would require another hopper inside that space to return. Is this a place of execution? A hopper set up to carry you straight into a rock? It is indeed possible. I feel like I missed a piece of dialogue. But it's dialogue that I'd seen last time, so I'm not too worried about it. Does each of the deities come from have a home on a specific moon? I don't think so. It's gone. There's nothing more. The voices are gone. The voices? What do you think they were? Who? Friends. Children. A whole life's worth. Lots of lives' worth. Oh, who do you think they were? Horned goddess. That's the death one. Buried god from the mine. Reaching god. A giving goddess. If this place was built for robots, why are there so many stairs? It was built to contain robots. I don't know. It's strange, I agree. An armless god, the serpent. This one seems to be giving something, or maybe holding something. But none of these are a climbing god. And then the glyphs down there, the sun god. We translated this as sun. Place of light circle. This isn't a word I already know. I'll have to make a guess. Sun. That would explain what it's giving. Identified the sun goddess. Cool. So that's confirmed then. Right? That's confirmed? No, it's not confirmed. But we believe it's confirmed. I don't think it can be light, because I think this thing on its own is light. Yeah. Okay. Do these inscriptions match the textures in-game? Yes. Sent test packets through and analyze the minor refractions. I would like to leave now, mistress, but I cannot hopper us from under the rock. You have collected 6 promising artifacts here. With luck, we will be able to trace them. I'd like to activate the hopper now, mistress? What's the matter? You going to tell me what that hopper does? I observed 2 things about the hopper. Individually, they are of trivial interest. Together, they are as we feared. The hopper's deadly. Quite so. This eye is flawed, mistress. Internal cracking means it can only refract some of the information passed to it. Specifically, the physical matrix is not refracted. If used, only the neural mesh would disentangle. Surely a neural mesh is physical. Please, mistress. Hoppers are old, complex technology. It would be embarrassing for either of us to pretend to understand it in detail. Perhaps we could head towards the gate, mistress? Shall I try the hopper again? Not just yet. You said there were 2 things about the hopper. The other thing, mistress. This hopper is not broken. It has been carefully engineered to function this way. But what good is a neural mesh without a physical matrix? Maybe they brought a matrix with them. Perhaps so. Could a neural mesh be stored? For what good that might do? Isn't that how you get information onto a Rebecca foil? So this hopper's a way to kill people. An execution device. Or a way to store people, mistress. A way to bottle them. You mean record? This one is the tall god from the Serpent's Eye crater. Already sure of these glyphs as well. They say sky. That confirms it. A sky god of sailing and rivers. They get it a lot more in this dialogue. Interesting. So we have the sky god. We have the sun god. We have the water god. Kibenya. So the only way that water could be Kibenya is if Ya is an overloaded syllable. Unless it's Kibenya, which I guess is possible. We just don't have the information for that. How's it going, Chrono? I'm being recorded right now? Oh no. A weeping horned goddess. But why is she weeping? And what is she asking for? That's new. That doesn't sound familiar. I think we decided she was the death goddess, but this one seems to be just a head on a stack of barrels. Huh! I already know these symbols. They read as serpent. That would explain the lack of arms. Although it doesn't explain why the ancients worshipped snakes. It really doesn't. The buried god from the mine. Maybe this is the death god? Goddess of miners. Miners from that mine? Found a map of this place from down there after all. Perhaps the buried god hoppered them here. Miners land on the Withering Palace. What? These must have been placed here deliberately. To mark this god in particular? Wonder if behind all of these... There. More glyphs. That might tell us who this god is. Hang on. It added the miners hoppered here, but not as a question mark, as a thing that is just absolutely true. Does that mean they came here and escaped with robots? When we were assuming that they came to Elbereth because that's where it transported me? That's very interesting. University of Iox established. No. Withering Palace. That, again, not what I was looking for. Here. Miners land on the Withering Palace. They came from the mine we found and were sent by the buried god. This is just treated as absolutely true. Here. Near the end of the Holy Empire. So maybe the miners were the Fallers? They came to the Withering Palace? They found out more about the Empire from the robots? They freed the robots? And then went to Iox? And took over? Wow. Buried god. Okay, let's look at these glyphs. Ground. Yes. God of Earth. Ground. Simple enough. A goddess of the earth? A miner's goddess? Interesting. I really feel like the information we have is not enough information. But we've certainly gained some information. You see these, like, giant metal things? Is this pipes? Are those, like, screws? Are those things that were underneath the tiles? Shall I try the... Shut up, robot! Don't hassle me. Well, we haven't gone underground yet, and that's still a thing I'm going to do. But do we have all the information that we can get from this area? Feels like there's more. Oh, I didn't check the eye over on this side yet, either. Something embedded in the altar. I've never seen anything like it. It's a device of some kind. 6, what do you make of it? It is old, mistress. It is very old. Uh-huh. That's not helpful. Continue. Tell me more. Tell me something specific, robot. I would estimate the metal in this piece to be almost 2,500 years old. Another artifact from the Great Forge Arroy mentioned. It is possible. But we still do not know where the forge is, or even if it existed. Is this lined up with the eye? Is it aligned to the Hopper eye? Believe it is a Hopper source, yes, mistress. A sort of emitter. Although it is clearly defunct. Source is later removed from its original setting and taken to a stone altar at the Withering Palace. The source appears to be aimed directly at the Hopper Eye, mistress. What does that mean? Does that mean anything? Is that... how is... Is that not generally how sources and eyes work? I might not yet have a complete understanding of how hoppers do the thing that they're supposed to do. I'm not sure that anybody does, TBH, but... Alright, so we're still going downstairs, even though I'm probably not going to be able to get anything out of it. Wait here, 6. I'll be back. Mistress, please, do you really have to... I sure do. Oof. Empty.
Empty, cold, stale air.
What is this place? What was down here worth taking?
A cavernous space all around me.
Aaliyah, what have you found? What have I found indeed? Ramps. No stairs. Easy now. Don't want to fall. What was that? I definitely saw something moving. Ah, and this is where I climb back up. Okay. This place is scary. Green bar? The noise is gone now, I think. Was this a treasure vault? Could store vast amounts here. The game took control. Yes, that wasn't me. What was that? I'm sure I heard something. Sure of it. How far down does it go? kicked a stone. That was the noise. Definitely not something moving around down there. I seem to be whispering. What does a green bar mean? This isn't a good idea. These walkways are steep and narrow, and who knows what's down here. Once again, it has taken control. It is kicking me back out. But it has yet to repeat itself, which means I think I am willing to try again. Green bars are sanity? Maybe. This place was built for robots. They were buried in here. A palace for robots? Wonder if there's a chamber like this under Iox somewhere. There's nothing down here but darkness. And it is once again kicking me out, but this time I got down a little bit further. Maybe I can keep going? This space is huge. And so cold. Let's go right the way down to the core. Must it? Don't like it down here one little bit. There's definitely something moving around down here. Nope, stops and goes back up. It's now kicked me out like 4 times, each at different points, but it hasn't repeated itself yet in terms of like why it's kicking me back out. So I'm going to keep doing this until it tells me the same thing more than once. I can't go any further. Is it like specific points where it stops me on individual ramps? This chamber was sealed up. The underground room had no way in or out. The robots were kept down here, but then someone let them out. I really can't go any further. It's stopping me much further up than it did earlier. A maze with some not scary route? Maybe. I'm going to try and go exactly the same way I went before and see if it stops me with the same message. Yep, same message. Alright, now I'm going to try going down a different route and see if I get a different message when it stops me. The Hopper Eye must have been the only way into the palace below. This way. Whoever built this place was burying robots alive. But not like they were buried on Iox. Not simply bricked up in the walls. I really can't go any further. Okay. But there is more ramps to go. Every time I start talking, it lets me go further down before it stops me. It doesn't want to interrupt my talking to stop me from going down. Maybe that's it? Maybe that's the only difference? Is it's just when I'm talking, it's not going to interrupt me? I think that's it. I think that's the only difference. Is it doesn't want to interrupt me when I'm talking, and otherwise it will stop me. No matter which route I take. Light from the opening above. The only light down here. The freezes I saw show people falling into a light. What happened here? I think you've already figured it out. Yeah, this is consistent now. She says the same thing and stops at the same point. And it's only been different when I've been talking while going down. I can see a route further down. There's geometry down there. But it doesn't look like it'll let me do it right now. Unless there's something I can change in order to let me do it. Never seen ancient symbols scrawled like this. Written in charcoal, I think. Numbers! What? It's not 1. This is... I haven't seen this before. Oh, I clearly do not understand how numbers work. Okay. If we assume this is 1... Do we assume this is 1? Do we assume this is 1? So we might assume this is also an English style of numbers, not something like the French style. I don't think I know what the French style is. This actually looks like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this indicates a doubling, or an extra 5 to go 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. French 80 is 420. Oh, right. If I had to guess. But this is the same here, right? This piece and this piece. This isn't 1, so it's either 5 or 3, given the options we have available. This is either 100 or 110 or 20. Given the number of symbols here... Interesting how this piece is in U. Them. I'm just wondering what high indicates. You think the last one is 40? Maybe. I'd have guessed 16. But not because I have any firm reason to guess that. This steel feels like it's 100. Something 100 and something. But I don't know why this is 100. I don't know how to get from this to 100. Or what this thing indicates. This thing obviously indicates something, but I don't know what. Like, you can think of 100 as 10 tens, right? But then this would have to be a 10. And I don't think it is. I don't know what it is. Maybe the high isn't the number before it, but the number after it. So, like, this, the high this thing indicates, like, a 0. In which case 40 is maybe likely here. 10 tens, 25s, 100 ones. That's fair. That's fair. There's a number of ways to get there. But, like, if this indicates a 10, then you would have to have 2 of those to indicate 100, rather than the way this is depicted. But then this could, in theory, be 40 in that case, right? Or 20. Like, if this is 2 and that's 1. And this is 0. Is this using a placement-style numbering system or a tally style, or worse, a combination? Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities here. If this is 3, this should actually be 40. Like, this is 2. This is 3. This is 4. We already know 0 is just empty. But then what's this? Sure. Let's go with this for now. 340? I'm fairly sure those two are numbers. But what they're meant to signify, I have no idea. Now, let's keep walking around the edge. Maybe there's something else we can spot here, because I don't think I did this last time. There's something here. Iron candle holder. Originally from the Steel Empire mine, I think. Someone was exploring down here. Okay, so yeah, conclusive proof then that people from the Steel Empire mine got ported here and freed the robots. Now? Time dot this? Yeah, now. Now I see all? Now I see everything. Sure. Sure. Yeah. Now I see everything. Love it. Good job, candle holder. Alright, we're confident about now. Is this a set of symbols that I had written down previously? I'm just going to scratch out all of these symbols that I had written down previously and stop looking through them, because I think I am wasting more time than it's worth, and just ignore all of these entries. And then, as I confirm things, write them down without thinking about whether or not I've seen them before. Because that seems like a much better system than trying to go back through here and check all this stuff. Alright. Have a good night, Rocky. Sleep well. Now, time dot thing person dot 1. Oh, that's right. We are relatively certain that that's 1 anyway. So maybe with the line is a 10? Now I see everything. By the stars, that was a long one. First person, you second person, that's believable. Yeah, I think that's right. Person dot 2 instead of person dot 1. Someone went to a lot of trouble to get down here. What were you looking for? Were you looking for robots? I can't go back up that way. Right, because that's where it was broken into. Alright, so here's the next question, right? If I go down any of these ramps, that's where it says that she can't go any further. Yes. Yeah. I think that is the conclusion that we're coming to. Is that the glyph for you is because you is second person. So if I go any further down, she'll stop me and kick herself back up. But I can see the reflections of the light. So I wonder if, like, if I had a mirror or something, would I be able to, like, use that, the reflections, to be able to see more? There's the stopping point. So it seems like whatever I have right now isn't enough to get down there. But there's still the idea that maybe we could bring a working lantern or a mirror or something down here, and that would get there. That would help us get there.
There was something down there. I'm sure of it.
The curators on Iox will be most content with that. We've still got more to do here. For instance, there's random graffiti here. There's more graffiti here. Someone wrote something on this pillar. More charcoal glyphs. These ones look more promising than the last, I think. Oh, boy! This one's a phrase run together. It really is. So we already know nothing here. Nothing will... place.life... Verb of place.life places protect. Nothing will protect. Nothing can. Protect. Princes? Place. This is palace. Palace of princes. From us. Our. From our. Abstract of person.fire? Warriors? Anger? Anger. Nothing will protect Palace of Princes from our anger. Believe you are correct with nothing, mistress. I believe I am too. Hey, anger's on the list. Excellent. Happy to hear it. The Palace of Princes. We've seen that before. It means Iox. 6, whoever wrote this is talking about the fall. Miners freed the robots from the underground chamber here. And somehow, this led to the fall of Iox. But how? Fascinating. Yup. Miners got transported here. I think there might still be robots down there. I heard things moving around in the darkness, crawling up and down the ramps. If they have not climbed out, mistress, they cannot be robots. Mindless husks, perhaps. But a true robot would be compelled to explore. Tell me more about that. Servos. We could tell Amadou about this place. If you wanted Amadou to disappear, mistress, and never return. Excuse me, who do you think would disappear Amadou? Found a candle holder down there. I think it comes from the Steel Empire mine. I would agree. Good. So the miners came here, just as we thought. And from here, they went on to Iox. That mine was where the fall of Iox truly began. The miners left to die on that moon. But they escaped. And they overran Iox using robots. And the buried god helped them do it. Does that mean I can go back to Renaki now? I don't know. That's a real good question. Can I tell... Can I have 6 come down here with me? and go explore for me down there? Can I light the candelabra? I really feel like there's more that I can do here, but I'm not positive how. There was the fireplace here, but this doesn't give us any additional options. This isn't what I was looking for. I was looking for the room on top. So I guess we have to go the other way to get there. This is the first time this game has felt like a traditional walking sim, because I am trying to figure out what combinations of items and locations and actions will allow me to progress in the way I want to progress. Which makes me think that actually what I am trying to do is not a thing that I can actually do. Because none of the rest of the game has relied on this kind of puzzle solving. I suspect the answer is arrive with the right set of tools, rather than improvise tools at this location. But if you just kept going at the end, you will feel like you missed some pieces. Well, that's what New Game Plus is for. I mean, I'm already on loop 2, right? And I'm definitely doing a loop 3. Because, as you say, I have felt like I have missed some pieces. Maybe we're done here. Mistress. Excuse me? How long has this been here? This is a sketch of the altar hopper source. Whatever it was for, it must have been important. Is this actually everything? Shall I try the hopper one more time, mistress? Not yet. Can I do anything up here? Probably can't. I think I am actually out of things to do here. Which is a little disappointing. I was hoping there'd be more to it. But now we've been to the Withering Palace, hello. But this one's too faded to read. Oh. Well, that sucks. There are some carvings here. Oh, more stuff. Good. A few images, but it's hard to see what they are. These stone panels must have all been inscribed once, telling some kind of story. Gone now. Boy, is that a goddamn mood. So this door over here... This door seems stuck. God damn it. Did I bring a key here for nothing? Can I knock it over this way? I cannot just go back over this way. Interesting. If only Six could yeet himself through doors, right? Six could be an incredibly powerful tool. If only he'd let himself be one. I could just use the gate, but... Well, that was fun. Oh, that's what those metal things are. The metal things on the ground over there. It's these stanchions that are all over the place. That presumably are here to prevent robots from from moving around, but yeah. It's not pipes or anything. It's the stanchions. Okay, cool. Figured that out at least. This game really is beautiful. Oh yeah, it really is. Am I done? Am I actually done? Chat, am I done? There's definitely some areas here that are explicitly for robot traversal, but then there's also areas that seem like they're explicitly for the prevention of robot traversal. No idea. Well, that's helpful. Stuck, huh? Nothing comes to mind that you know of. Okay. This isn't opening either. Both of those doors are stuck. So unless I could get through here, which it doesn't look like I can, I think we are actually done here, which is unfortunate, because I was hoping there would be more. Alright, 6, get us out of here. So many bad tropes would be solved by battering Ram Robot. Alright, if anybody knows conclusively whether or not I can get in there, I would appreciate having that information. But I am fairly certain that I can't right now. Did I open that one door with a key? Yes. That one door with a key was how I got through the rest of this area. That was this door. This was the only door that was key openable. All the other doors are considered stuck, rather than locked. You don't know conclusively, but you never did. Okay. Punch the door down like you do with the vault. Of course, of course. Use the incredible might of my fists. Works every time. Alright. I will give up for now. And maybe try a little harder in loop 3. Maybe this will be the last place I come to. And I'll keep on hand anything that seems like it would be useful. Don't we send 6 through a brick wall at the end? He's resilient. Yeah, it turns out the brick wall is not that well bricked up. Let's get back to the Nightingale. You can hop through this, can't you? Of course, mistress. Be ready, mistress. Next robot we should name Ram. God, there's a... Alright, so we've figured some stuff out. I wonder what happens if we go back to Mayari with this information. Because this seems like the actual information she was looking for. Maybe we should talk to her. I don't think I'm too mad about giving her the information she was looking for. Oh my god, now it's explicitly calling it Faller's Moon. The work camp from which a group of miners had escaped and gone on to sack Iox itself. Professor Mayari would want to know what we discovered about the fall of Iox. And I always want to talk to Huang. Do we like Mayari enough to tell her things now? This is the first time I've discovered this information. So I am more interested in finding out how Mayari reacts to it than I am interested in hiding stuff from her. So the Mazwai we found down there... If it's not from Iox, where's it from? That's a real question. I believe the text is new, but the paper and binding is old. The pages have been scraped to provide a new surface, upon which the Mazwai text has been written. That's fascinating. And where does the binding and paper of the Mazwai come from? The same site as the scratched compass. Really? Somewhere ancient. Oh, I was gonna go around here to see if I could find a... It seemed like there was another ruin there. Ah, well, that's not happening. Alright, so either of these branches, which means we go left, because left contains branches that we haven't gone on before. Palimpsest. Yup. A book which has been written on again. Or like paper that has been reused, writing on top of the existing writing. A wreck of some sort. Oh, nice, nice. The shipwreck appears to date from ancient times, mistress. I will investigate. A silver telescope. Oh. These appear to be going around. When winds move, when winds move towards sun? Line? Sun. No. Into, not towards, into. When winds move into line. Okay. Why is that line? Why is light circle line? I don't like that. But okay. I'm certain my translation for line is correct now. Okay. Why is light circle line? Ink leaves behind traces that can be read or chemically read by analyzing the page. Not a 2D line, but alignment. But that's still, like, we need to be able to attribute some kind of meaning to circle. Alignment? Maybe. I don't remember where, what the sentence we found line in previously was. Got a good feeling about that. A device for watching the winds and the flows of the rivers. Invaluable, especially if you didn't have a robot. Most likely, this comes from the same site as the scratched compass in the Chronicles of Mazwai that we found at the Withering Palace. Must have been frequent movement between the two sites. This should help us work out where to look for its location. Aha! The ancient site up here. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, we never went to this site last time. I'm sure Tapi would love to get his hands on this telescope. And that might give us another thing from the same site that we could use to determine where the site is. How is it possible you remembered the Withering Palace? Light that is encompassed in the same circle? Maybe. I must consider the matter more. Maybe Arroy could help you? I do not want your friend poking around inside my core. Well, that's reasonable. Well aware of what happened to my predecessor in that shop of hers. Ooh, that zoom out. Look at this place. Would you allow a Maersian pig slaughterer to perform a heart operation on you? That's not the same. Maybe not for you. So where am I? Ah, okay. Almost there is where I am. Do you know what state 3 was in when I gave it to Arroy? The thing was catatonic. I had to carry it in. Wow, this is information I didn't have. And did your friend repair the robot? I guess we're not going to get to finish that conversation. Too bad. Should have traveled slower. Aaliyah, over here. Hello? No, Aaliyah over here. What a terrible joke. I was hoping I'd see you. It's mutual, I'm sure. What can I do for you? Oh, no. The question is, what can I do for you? I've got something for you. You seem in a good mood today. Come to the library. I'll explain everything. Oh, I was coming to see you anyway. Be sure you do. Be seeing you, Aaliyah. There's inscriptions up here? How long have we been up here? Cool. What was all that about? The mind boggles, mistress. This is the end of a longer line of text. Excuse me. This is not Nebula. We already know what Nebula is. It's many people. Verb. This is interesting because we see verb hold life here, but we know that verb life hold is love. So what is verb hold life? Maybe this is family? Many people that love? If this is just backwards? Demands? This is a word on its own? Interesting. Verb not anger. It's not Nebula. That can't be the ancient for Nebula. This one has a lot of symbols, but I'm sure it reads as demands. Okay. We're confident about demands. Army. Sure. Oh, this has that construct also. So if that's believe, maybe this is knowledge? Surrender? Demands you not fight? Yeah. I still don't know about... This can't be knowledge. That's stupid. So this has to be army. Alright, and we've confirmed demands. This is the only word I've ever seen that ends in an X like this, where the X does not negate something afterwards. Could still change my mind, but army demands your surrender. Wonder if anyone knew that was there. What was the sundial made here? Yes, obviously, mistress. Curiously enough. Why is that curious? It seems to me this sundial could never have worked, mistress. At least, not in this location. No light? I suspect whoever positioned this here did not realize how it was intended to function. So how do you know how the sundial is meant to work? It is apparent from the design, mistress. A child could comprehend it. A child, huh? I'm in a place of knowledge. I am in a place of knowledge. I'm in a university. Implies Iox is a prison. Look at this thing, Six. Did you know it's the oldest thing on Iox? Or so they say. It is said to be a sundial, mistress. Maybe the sundial isn't a timepiece at all. It could be a tombstone. Maybe there's an ancient king underneath it. I have not detected any. I know, Six. People have already looked. I've been putting off touch it. But I guess we should touch it. It's ancient. Older than all the buildings here. Knowledge demand surrender could make sense in context. Yes, absolutely. However, the pieces of the word just do not make sense for knowledge. Like, we already have a way to construct knowledge out of the glyphs that we know. So I am not even relatively confident. Very confident. Aaliyah, good faith to you. Good faith to you, I guess. No worries, Nwashat. Alright, let's go to the library. We're gonna go talk to Huang. Huang's got something for me. Why is everyone always dirty? Because life is hell. Oh. Thesaurus would make this brutal. Would. He's waiting for us in there. Any guesses, Six? None, mistress. Thanks, Six. Aaliyah, you came. I don't know why we couldn't talk on the promenade. You'll see soon enough. I've come across something. It's not in my line, exactly. I'm happy with my books. But I thought it might intrigue you. Why are you whispering? No reason. No reason at all. Only, well, does that thing need to be here? You mean Six? Could it wait outside? Six, you heard the man. Mistress, I will be outside. Doesn't want to talk around the robot? That's better. Is it? Yes. I don't suppose I can keep anything from the university, really. But there's no point making it easy for them. You're keeping something from the university? Like what? Let's find out, I guess. It's from a mention in the Annals of Mazwai. I know I'll never convince you to read it. There's a part where the chronicler talks of a monastery of questions. The annals are generally considered to be reliable. I'm quite certain the monastery is a real place, but no one knows where it was. No one knew. You mean you found it? Not found it. Of course not. Only... Are you a looper, Alia? Do you go to temple? Other than at funerals, I mean. No. I'll be honest with you. The priests of the Loop talk sometimes of a library, a place of great wisdom, a place where everything learned in one great year is held in trust for the next. It's the greatest treasure imaginable, the library of future knowledge. But you mentioned a monastery. You think your monastery is this library? I think it might be, yes. Surely the priests know where it is. Surely. You would think. But say they didn't. Then I'm certain they'd be looking for it. Do you know where it is or not? I do. Maybe I do. In the Annals, Mazwai says the monastery sits within the Eye of Knowledge. I suppose I always thought that was a metaphor, but look here. In the margin, someone, a scribe, a monk, has scrawled a picture, like a swirl with a tail. The ancients often used eyes to mean places in the nebula, like the eye in the cyclones. I never made the connection before, but I suddenly realized the swirl is a river. It's a map. A swirl with a tail. It's a shape in the rivers. The ancients built their library there. And then took that river shape to be a glyph in their script. The glyph that forms the word for knowledge. Oh, just that line. Interesting. You really think so? Ancient books. Future books. Why didn't you want Six to hear about this? At least one, yes, Senna. It's the library of the Lupalia, their most precious and hallowed site. Six would tell Mayari, and they would move river and rock to find the library. But you want me to find it? I know you don't believe in the loop. But say you found it. Say you read its books. Say you found yourself among those pages. You would have to believe then, too. Are you trying to save me? No. Maybe. But I'm also telling you about one of the greatest archaeological finds in the nebula, and I will be here to talk about it with you when you come back. It's very generous of you. You're my friend, Alia. I want you to be well, that's all. That's it. That's all I had to say. Tell me more about Ancient Library. Ah, that's this site. What we were thinking would be the Ancient Forge might actually be the Ancient Library. Which, if we look at these locations, this does not give us enough. There's nothing here that looks exactly like the glyph for knowledge. It's Huang Waffles. Amazing. Draw out the map and look for glyphs within it. Seems like a lot of work. Well, let's show them stuff. I've got a few things just for the curators. Oh, yes? So, I do have a list of things that had unfinished inscriptions on them. Inscriptions that I couldn't put together. Etched key, painted figurine, decorated battered tablet, the charm on Elbereth, the candle holder found at the Withering Palace, inscribed stylus, iolite crystal from Mercy, compass from the palace, the prow, lantern, telescope, wind chime, ring, etched battered sculpture retrieved from the wash, Shard of hull found in the rivers. Decorated piece of a blade? Oh, that is one that we wanted to show him. What do you think of this piece of a blade? May I take a look? There's an unbroken inscription. Think I recognize a word in there, although I don't know what it means. Yeah, this is one of the things that we needed. This is the start of a fragment of text. There's like, it wouldn't even let us try for this one. Got boats. Nope. Begin but dot sail. So what's the thing that you found? This. Yep. And we have confirmed cut. And boats. We've confirmed boats. This is thing that is joined. Ropes? Ropes is a thing that is joined? The noun of joined is ropes? Sure. Cut. Verb of fire and separate. And then this one, which is begin sail. Embark? We've confirmed boats. Launch. Okay, yeah. Cast off. This is why BDSM brings people together. Amazing. Ropes, the ties that bind. Cut ropes and launch boats. That's better than what I had before. Thanks, Wang. Now, I've seen something similar, if I remember right, and it also had some script. Let me see if I can find it. Is that one of the new Pride Bees? That's amazing. Was found in a Renaki house. Oh, really? This one's several words. Yeah, it's a lot of words, isn't it? This we have army over here. Yeah, on a copper sailor's knife. Demands. We have demands again. Your loyalty? That's a lot of glyphs, but I'm confident it says army. Okay. We have confirmed army. Noun of many people. Dot. Verb hold life. Is that how loyalty is constructed, with verb hold life instead of verb life hold? See, loyalty is the other way around, right? Love is verb life hold. This thing is verb hold life. And I don't know what the difference is. I don't know. Fascinating. So it's not love. It's got to be something else. No, because protect is its own thing. Protect is its own thing. So this has to be a different word than that. But we've never seen that word on its own. The army demands your loyalty. Finished. Do you have any more like that? Let me see. No, nothing comes to mind. The archivists will enjoy the piece of a blade. Ah, take it. Good faith to you. Alright, what is the next thing that we want to give him? This was from the Faller's Moon. But that's not the one that I actually wanted to give them. Because if I look at... That's not what I wanted. If I look at inscriptions, there's the recent one that I found. Fragment from a scimitar is the thing that I want to give up. Or the metal wind chime, actually. Because this one also, we never... No, this one we did. There was a different one. There was a bunch of the different book inscriptions that we couldn't separate out into separate words. But I don't know that we can get Wang's help with these because we didn't bring the books. I think I still can't put this together. So if we can give him the fragment of the scimitar from the Withering Palace, we want to do that. Since we didn't even try to translate this. It just skipped right past it. That's a separate word. Oh, maybe aspect of blade, so sharpness? Sharp blade cuts. Many low? Deep? Sure. I'm willing to believe that. And this is now solvable? Ah, yes. I write Laws of Emperor. That is in fact solved. Wow, how did I just skip past this without putting the pieces together? Interesting. We have sharper as a word? More sharp? Sharp. And then I guess this is more? Interesting. Does their ethical core come with an understanding of safe words? God, let's hope so. We could confirm mystery if I give him this. We could confirm only. I want to find more things that are... Oh, it just happened. We have no more unsolved inscriptions before this. Slisset is a safe word. Oh my god. Oh, that is a heck of an in-joke. So I'm kind of going through here to see if I can see things that aren't separated out. Like this one. Torn book. Do I still have this torn book? Oh, apparently I can figure this out on my own. Because this is somehow a word. What? Time.past verb. Past? Is it just past? Dot verb is super weird. That's a super weird construct. Wow, why are these words so weird? Alright, this is the past tense word of, this is, found. This is found. The past tense of find is found, yes, obviously. Past can be found. Cool. Yeah, alright. Dented brass statue. Do I know enough pieces to put this together? Let's see if maybe I just happen to know enough pieces to put this together now. This place is verb no speech and noun of verb speech, maybe with other stuff involved. Wishes? Probably must not. Must not cease. Except this feels like it's one word. Oh, no. This is a word. Dot verb. So this part is its own thing. This is so weird, the way this is put together. Maybe it's not here? I feel like it's not cease. I feel like it's more. There's more to it. It's definitely not never. Must cease? That doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel right either. Do we not have place confirmed? We do not have place confirmed. Interesting. This X, though. I feel like this is a word, and this is a word. Or maybe this is a word, must not, and this whole thing is a word. I think this whole thing is a word. Okay, yeah, we showed this one to Huang, because this is a separation here. Dented brass statue. On Iox, apparently. Do we have this statue? I wonder if we have this statue. Yeah, that sounds about right, Cryptomancer, is awaken. Sure, cease to dream. Believable. Of course, now I gotta sit here and wait for Huang to come back. Hard life. Segmentation is such a problem with real world languages too. Yeah, if you don't put in spaces, for sure. Aaliyah, you waited! Yeah, well, who else is gonna look at my dented brass statue? As he walks back and then hangs out outside of the room for like 15 seconds. Just to like give me time to further abandon him. Right? He's coming, he waits. He just sits there. Maybe this time like he waylaid by 6 or something. We can imagine that he's like sitting there doing something? I don't know what he's doing. Yeah, I sure did, buddy. Listen, Huang. I brought you a book from a site I found. It's an original copy of the Chronicles of Mazwai. Aaliyah! It's beautiful. Aaliyah, it's annotated. This is incredible. I'll have to... You like it? I love it. Let me know if you find anything. Of course. Of course I will. Fantastic. Alright, I still have other stuff to show you, though. Maybe I don't have other stuff to show you. Maybe that is all the stuff I can show you. I'm going back in the room. Maybe there's more stuff I can show him. Mistress, there you are. Did you learn anything of use from Master Huang? Perhaps. We better take a look. Alright, let's try and talk to him again. Is he not talking? He's not talking. There's no more talking. We are done here. All of the talking is over. Alright, let's go tell Mayari about what we've discovered with the Fallers. That would be incredible information to have. Give him just a day to work on it? Yeah, that's probably the case. Is next time I come back, maybe he'll have some information. What do you think of this sculpture? It has a pleasing balance to it. Worth the time it took to make, do you think? When there are people on Elbereth who don't eat, are your own exploits worth the time they take, Mistress? Should we not be making history rather than reviewing it? Harsh. Be quiet, Six. Ah! Oh, not willing to face the flaws in your argument, huh, Aaliyah? Sure. Aaliyah? Aaliyah? Let's talk to her about Heaven's Vault first, but then we can come back to it. What do you know about Heaven's Vault? Huang said you knew a story about it. Of course. Everyone knows that story. It's a story from the Old Sea. It's not important. The Old Sea? The loop says the Old Sea never existed. It's only a story. I suppose they didn't tell you stories at the orphanage. Would have told you stories if you had been with me. Just tell me. Very well. Once there was an island home to a wild and wonderful people in the middle of the Old Sea, and it was sinking. It had always been sinking. The rocks that formed its cliffs and shores were crumbling. The fertile soil was clawed away grain by the sea wind. But it happened so slowly that people said it was natural. They believed the island would heal like a wound. Until the night came when the sea crept into their houses and swept their children away. The people blamed themselves. They prostrated themselves before altars. They begged for forgiveness. But the sea did not stop. It took their children, then their fields, then all the lower lands. Soon the island was no more than a hill. Kings climbed on kings. All hope was lost. So they felled their last fruit tree to build a boat. The boat was not large, but it was strong. Strong enough to sail beyond the edges of the world. No one knew how far it would have to go to find a shore. And what happened? The boat set sail. It leapt beyond the horizon. It vaulted, even. No one had ever sailed so far. No one knew if it would ever land. And the boat's name, they say, was the Heaven's Vault. Okay. I think that's true. It's a story for children, Aaliyah, to make them clean their teeth and weed their potatoes. Nothing more. I'm sorry you didn't get to be a child on Elbereth. Don't make this about me, Mayari! Your life here would have been better. It's interesting that you call it the symbol for order, when I know it to be the symbol for truth. I think Remba was looking for Heaven's Vault. Maybe he thought he'd found it, I'm not sure. Then Remba was a fool, and he wasted his life. I will be sure to scold him when I see him again. I found the Faller's moon, Mayari. We went there. You are quite serious. Quite serious. Who were they? Was there anyone there now? Ordinary people, in their way. Trapped on a mining moon. They escaped, made their way to another moon filled with robots called the Withering Palace. And the miners and the robots came to Iox. And they burned it to the ground. Most interesting. So they brought robots with them. Used robots for their slaughter. Their ethical cores must have failed. Thank you, Aaliyah. This could be of great importance. You realize this means these miners were your ancestors. All you Ioxians. You're all descended from prisoners. We are all one. The loop sustains all. Please, leave me to think. I didn't get a lot out of that. Thank you for the story, Professor. I feel like that conversation could have gone differently. That's alright, Aaliyah. It's good to know you're not too old for stories. I'm not exactly sure what I was expecting to get out of that. But, not just yet. But I feel like I wanted to get something else out of that. Maybe we just didn't poke Mayari enough. Yes, Mayari does, in fact, think she's descended from the Empress. Or is the reincarnation of the Emperor, or something like that. Mayari reveals she's a secret robot from that moon. Oh my god, that'd be amazing. Not at all where I would expect this game to go, but sure. I think Huang is done talking to me. I think there is no more talking to be had here. Yep, no more talking. I did not go to the library last time, so the library is going to be entirely new to me. Alright, well. Let's blow this joint. Tree of Knowledge. Iox has their own Yggdrasil. Library Grin, says Hamu. My dude. The Tree of Knowledge, or so they call it. Each branch grows more branches. Except for the ones that die, fall off, and are forgotten. Which is where we come in, I suppose. I went outside the university grounds once, exploring. This is a very beautiful moon. You could tell it was once lush, fertile. There must have been huge forests, lakes, rivers. They're all but dry now. I suppose they cut down all the trees to make chairs. Or ships. Or ships indeed. Let's get off this rock. This way, mistress. Alright, we are definitely going straight to the library now. Or what we believe to be the library. Do I want to go to Elbreth first? I mean, I kind of always want to go to Elbreth. But, like, do I want to kill some time going to... It's almost 11:40. So we really don't have enough time to get there and actually start exploring. Okay. Given that, maybe I just mess around on Elbreth for a while. Hey, paddles! Do I have anything that I can, like, poke at out here? Have I discovered anything new that I can, like, look at? We just take to the river. Let's take to the river. I will ready the tackle, mistress. Yes, you will. Get that tackle ready. Site of Ancient Library. Why does Paddles never give his input on the translations? I know! He'd be a natural! Can I still go? Why is this highlighted? The Serpent's Eye. Ancient crater built into the moon, inset with Isla crystals. Once been a dock for storing ships. The trader told me there were machines Yeah, yeah. The traitor was apparently talking about Heaven's Vault, not the Serpent's Eye. Oroi has moved in with Toppy. Might be able to uncover the secrets the Withering Palace triggered. Okay. Source of the floating telescope. Okay. Yeah, let's just go back to Elbereth for now. See what I can figure out there. We missed it last game, I think. Yeah, I don't think I'd been there. Alright, let's go to Elbereth. Elbereth Ho. We got anything to chat about? Robot? We done chatting? Do I just pass control and move on with our lives? Yeah, I don't know. The traitor was, is an interesting character. He's real old. Interesting. Have you ever heard of the Library of Future Knowledge? No, mistress. Well, I guess that's the end of that conversation, isn't it? Forgot where he left his dimension ship. Yeah, sure. He's a doctor or something, right? The library is supposed to be from the last loot. So there is still conversations to be had. A sort of store of information. Library of Future Knowledge. That seems distinctly impossible. Does, doesn't it? The whole Future Knowledge thing is just a name. And the place is bound to be a ruin. Names have meanings, mistress. You called me 6. Is there more conversation, or is that it? Are we done? Can I safely sail on to Elbereth? I'm not going to miss anything else? How long do I have to sit here? Nope. So I'm supposed to show the telescope to Toppy, apparently. Could ask Oroi to help 6 to remember the dais with the hopper. Will she, though? I feel like Oroi isn't particularly interested in helping me out with this kind of stuff anymore. Aren't the loot priests your owners? Indeed they are. I would like to find the library if possible, mistress. What makes you say that? If such a library exists, mistress, there is likely to be information in it. About me, mistress. About robots. Huh. I didn't think 6 had any curiosity. I thought he was all caution and sadness. Alright, let's start with Timor. And then we'll come back up. Wang mentioned a place called the Library of Future Knowledge. Yeah. We've been over this. Follow that up. You have anything else to say? He also has sass. Fair enough. Selfishness overcame his caution. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like a thing that could be true about 6. Hey, Marichin, how's it going? Hey, Timur. How's it going? Alia. Okay, alright. I'll take it. I'll take it. You once told me there were 7 gods in the ancient pantheon. I found 6. Did I tell you that? I was probably making it up. Ah, so you don't know. I think I was told by my grandmother that 7 was a lucky number for the ancients. Or 6 and 1, as she said it. This place seems quiet. 6 and 1. 6 and 1. Enjoy. You're too good to me, Timur. Right? 6 and 1 is interesting. You want another rocker? No, please. Yo! Thank you so much for the continued support, Myra-Chen. I very much appreciate it. Welcome back to the Adventuring Party! Your second month? Good deal, good deal. Happy to have you around. Looks like Timur doesn't have anything else for me. Now, look here. Oh, apparently I'm wrong. It's another book. You liked the last one. I really did. Looks like it dates from ancient times. The spine's been marked too. Mythological one, maybe. Another 2-word phrase. 2-word phrase, huh? Well, we know knowledge. Pilgrim's knowledge. Must say pilgrims, yes. We are confident about pilgrims. Since it's a saying from his grandmother. I mean, the older you get, the more it seems to have some kind of cultural context, right? The more it seems like it would apply to ancient stuff. Although in this case, grandmother is pretty far removed from ancient. But maybe it's, you know, following down that trail. Alright, pilgrims. Person dot verb move place gods. Person dot knowledge. That's complete. Pilgrim's knowledge. Some kind of ancient religious text. That's a bit of a stretch from one word, Aaliyah. Most likely this comes from the same place as the telescope. Okay, cool. We have a lot of information of the ancient library of the Loop now. Good. Happy to hear that. Thanks, Timur. And good faith to you, Aaliyah. Alright, well, thanks a bunch, and we're gone. It really wants me to go to... It does. It really wants me to go to all of the places, right? There's a lot of places that it keeps pinging me about. Because all of those places are the places that I know about. All rivers lead to the next plot point. That's definitely one way to do it. One way to consider it. Time to go? I want to pay a visit to Tapi. Very good, mistress. I'm definitely attributing more sass to the robot than the robot actually has. Wow, robot. They do give up. And then morning comes, and they have to carry on again. The stone feet, 6. None of the other statues we've seen have had feet. Maybe this was not a statue of a god, mistress. Maybe it was a person. Big person. Wonder if it'll let me try to say anything else to the gate. Probably not. Probably still at the same point. Set Buyauki Refai. Katkis. Ieni Huake. Maybe they just had big feet. Well, you know what they say about statues with big feet. Aaliyah. How fabulous! Is Toppy treating you well? There's no point moving. I wanted to tell you something. Ask your advice about something. Oh no. Not again. Just hear me out. We found an ancient hopper. Valuable, maybe? Trust Toppy to interject in the only way he knows how. Are you hoping to sell it to me, Aaliyah? Because I don't want it. 6 remembered something about the hopper. Something from before. 6 has been there before? I don't know for certain. But maybe. It's possible. Sounds like you have no idea what you're talking about, Aaliyah. Nothing unusual about that, except you normally hide it better. So, where is it, this hopper? How do you feel about taking a short fly in the Nightingale? You're serious? I'm terrified! I've never sailed before, you know that! Six will keep us safe. I'm not its primary user, but I guess it would try. So you'll come? Ooh, I didn't even know this was an option, oh my god! Let's do it. I get to go out with a Roy?! I get to take a Roy places! I didn't know this was possible! Oh, heck yeah! It's a date? I don't know if it's a date. We've been friends forever. I guess childhood friends, right? It's fated. Maybe it is a date. We return to the ship and spring up into the water. Oh my god. Oh, Roy, tell me things about ancient hoppers. Roy has joined the party. Yup. Aaliyah. Yes. I had no idea. The sky. You haven't seen anything yet. Come up the ladder. There's a dome. You can see. Maybe. In a moment. Yeah, that camera angle is something. Maybe. 6. Shall we show her how it moves? Mistresses. Mistresses. Thank you for this, mistresses. Look a drape, right? Fantastic. Well done. Nice try. Where next? Well, yes, the only place I can go. Roy has agreed to come to the dust-soaked ruin, where 6 encountered the strange effects of the hopper. Yup. To handle your relationship with Roy very delicately. Well, looks like it worked out pretty well for me. I did not do this last time. I very did not do this. Wow, good job, Nightbot. Oh, it's supposed to go the other way. Is it far? Not too far. I think this is the same route, isn't it? Oh, no, it's supposed to go that way. Okay, but I can still get there. Right, and I'm back on track. Just look out the porthole if you don't feel well. Yeah, sometimes Nightbot is really on point.
Oroi had never left the surface of Elbereth before. I could see she was trying to look brave, but she was not letting go of the ropes.
Oh man, I can't believe I actually got Oroi to sail somewhere with me. That's fantastic. The monkey shot first. It's telling the truth. The monkey did shoot first. It wasn't my fault. Did you know the robots have control words? What's that? I'll show you. What, right now? While the robot is driving? 6 Slisette. It does, in fact, work by numbers, among other things. By the moons. That's incredible. It also works by keywords. How long does it last? Mistresses? Not very long at all, it turns out. Not so long, then. I don't have that many quotes, Ragnar. You feel like a powerful wizard now. Excellent. That's appropriate. And then the library? No, we're not going to go to the library tonight. But I was just not expecting this at all. We sailing around in circles? Not if we follow the path. What does that mean? The sparkles appeal to be settled by our passing. Well, we made it. First time you've seen a way to get back to one of the big plot sites. It's believable. Yeah, I definitely haven't found a way back. Really curious as to what's going to happen here. This is really cool. This is the place the voice in the crowd mentioned. Is everywhere you go like this? You have a strange hobby. Tell me you can hopper us back, Six. I can indeed, Mistress Arroy. So what is this place you've brought me to? It's horrible. It was called the Withering Palace. It might have been fine once. The wellspring didn't always blow dust and sand. It's creepy, Aaliyah, that's what it is. This gate doesn't open, but there's a way around. Follow me. So many books here. Was it a library? A library of a terrible kind. I don't like the sound of that. What's up here? Anything good? Your friend is very eager, mistress. It's just more books, Aaliyah. What did you expect? I don't know. A couple of skeletons with their hands locked around each other's throats? Did you ever find anything like that? I guess I'm not answering that question. This way. Oh, can I take her downstairs? Wait. As much as I want her to look at the hopper, can I take her downstairs? I went down there. You see the hole in the stonework? There are ancient robots down there. Mindless ones. Still moving around. Sure there are. I'm a bit old for ghost stories, Aaliyah. I saw them. I thought I did. Well, I'm not going to check. There's no way I'm going down there. Aw, come on! Come on! Oh, Arroy, you're dashing my hopes. My dreams. Alright, then just come down here and look at the hopper, I guess. So who are all these lot? Emperors? What? There's one that's got no arms. That's the serpent god. A what? Who worships a serpent? They don't have enough eyes either. Yeah, they all have one eye. How many eyes should they have, Arroy? If I built a god, I'd give them lots of eyes. Maybe some magnetic hands. Speaking of eyes. Ah, she found the hopper eye. If he can't find his way out, he can be a light. That's one way to do it. This is pretty incredible. Maybe hoppers were more common back then. But to cut one open like this. Cut open? Looks like it. This is a normal hopper eye, except it's been disemboweled. It's a hack. Honestly, I quite love it. So what does it do? No idea. I only just got here, Aaliyah. Give me a minute. Take your time. I'll take as long as I need. And you can stop watching me. Ha! I see. She doesn't like to be watched while she works. Yeah, but like, what's going on? Alright, fine. You take a look at it. I'll, hang out here, I guess. And there's something else. Lined up. Ah, yes, the other thing. Can I go back down while she works on it? Maybe. I'm more inclined to stick around and see if she says anything. Passing right through the center of this space. Interesting. It's a hopper source. So the beam comes out of here, strikes whatever it strikes, and then carries it across to the eye. Except the eye doesn't work. Well, about that. We thought it was maybe used to execute people. Sounds about right. I believe there is more to it than that. Please, look again. 6, stay there. Between the hopper source and the eye, Mistress Arroy. That's right. I am ready, Mistress Arroy. So this hopper doesn't refract the physical stuff back. But suppose the dynamics still came through intact. Like the way some people record themselves as messages. Maybe 6 was used to capture someone, and that's what it's remembering. All robots are recordings. Naturally. Supposing that. Don't mock me. You think some doodles are a whole language. You probably see ancient glyphs in the river swirls. Well, actually, now that you mention that, some glyphs are based on river shapes. The lines of force, Alia. Same as everything else. But the good thing about hoppers is they're physical. Every time they're used, they entangle with what's already there. They get a bit scratched. Like the way a ship leaves a wake in the water. So if this thing hasn't been used too much, we might be able to recover a few stray images. Hoppers shave bits off you? Why did no one tell me this? It's more like an after image, but whatever. The point is, between 6's foil and the entanglements in the hopper eye, we might be able to get a few interesting resonances. And what happens to me, Mistress Arroy? I have no idea. Ready? Huh! Do it! Do it. Already done.
I don't exactly know what Oroy did, but the effect on the robot was impressive.
You? Me? Oh my god! You are in charge here. That's very different. In charge? I was held for so long. You won't imprison me again. You can't. Ah, so I see it is still here. Still working. Is this the very first Empress? My followers worked for months to uncover the secret of this device. If they could see me now. The glorious result! Who are you? You do not know who I am. Had so much time passed since I ascended. Hundreds of years at least. The Empire fell. Did you know that? Of course I did. I felled it. You have a ship? Only 6 can fly her. So I'll need my robot back. That is no obstacle. 6 works for me now. There are layers inside here. Layers upon layers. Layers of what? I do not think you would understand. It takes many lifetimes to understand the true depth of a soul. You really pick your robots, Alia. I knew this one had some kind of superiority complex. I didn't realize it ran this deep. But tell me, of my world, I am not uncaring. Has the darkness swept across the nebula? Is all lost? You told Remba about the darkness. His dig site and his explorations near Mercy. He was obeying you? As will you. As you have done. You were buried on Iox. Do you remember why? Oh, yes. As is the fate of all emperors. I was betrayed. I will not be betrayed again. Aaliyah, if she leaves the beam of the Hopper source... Empress, please stay where you are. I don't take orders from you. Aaliyah, if she leaves the signal, she'll stay like this. There is a ship here. Follow me. NK does not wait, Aaliyah. NK. NK! Of all the robots to end up with. I was just thinking, how many others have you lost? Come, or I will depart without you. You heard your Empress, Aaliyah? Nothing down there now. Are you always this slow, Aaliyah? Wow. Apparently, this is the robot now. Huh. Huh. You do not want to be left behind. Stand by, Aaliyah Elasra. I think this is what happens when you restore all of Six's memories. I need a new voice for her? Meh. I don't know. I kind of like pitching her as evil. So, geez, now what? Where are we going? Are we going back to Mayari? What is NK gonna do to us? God, I don't think I should... This is your ship? Do you not clean it? This is gonna be a long flight. The journey to Iox is brief enough, though I would use a hopper. We're taking you home, Arroy. You bet you are. We've had enough of your wonderful life. Mayari would be so upset if an actual Empress put her in her place. Yeah, we're definitely going to Elbereth. Roy wants to go home. Let's take Roy home. Do I do this now or do I pause? If I do this now, we're going to be going for like another hour. I think I have to pause here. I think this has to be it for the night. God. I hate ending on this cliffhanger, though. I have no idea what's going to happen. Ah! New stuff is happening! New stuff is happening. Kind of curious to see what Roy would think of Iox. Oh, I guess so, yeah, but I'm not willing to force her to follow me around or whatever. No. We're taking her home. We're taking her home. She wants to go home. We'll take her home. Roy's important to me. I want to keep her friendship. She could meet Wang. She could meet Huang. I don't think she'd be interested. Toppy could meet Huang. That would be cool. Toppy could go, like, harass the curators for artifacts or whatever. I think Arroy is probably not super interested in the same kinds of things that Huang would be. Maybe the list for next loop could be take Arroy along for a commentary. I'm once again in uncharted territory for you. Excellent, excellent. You reverted her. Oh, no, absolutely not. I'm in Jesus take the wheel mode. I just want to find out what happens. Like, this is so cool. This is so cool. Does 6 remember after their version? That's a good question. I'm actually interested to know that. Yeah, kinda. Alright, that fits. Alright, well, we'll deal with this next time, I think. I do agree that it would be interesting to haul Arroy around, but I think my plan is still take her home. But that's something we'll think about next time. For now... So much deeper than you expected for this run? Yeah, that's fair. It's surprising how much more game is in this game. I refuse to set down on Elbereth. Oh, really? The place is repulsive. Wow! 6 hates Elbereth even more than we thought. Assuming I can get her to go back. Yeah, that's true. I think NK may have brought about the fall of the Steel Empire, not the Ioxian Empire. Yes, that is in fact exactly what I think she's referring to. I think she is referring to the end of the Steel Empire because I think this is the first Empress, the one who originally set up the Withering Palace. Now I know why 6 hates Elbereth. Sure, sure. Well, very cool. Very cool. All right. But we are, in fact, gonna quit out. That's gonna be